agenda. We're here to speak about climate justice. You may not understand how bad this is unless you've traveled across the continent, our country. We are having floods every other day. I don't know what the team at the Meteorological Center are going through every day because, for lack of a better word, it's unpredictable. I'm a farmer, but they gave us seasons and they told us the rains are coming. We waited for the rains, and my boy at the farm said, "Chairman, and because I was informed by Pelham and Okea, I went to the district. There is a fund for the World Bank which gives irrigation to farmers. I applied for it. And when I went in my community, other farmers were not informed about it. When we say climate justice, and it has to stop or start now, it's a conversation that goes beyond us, any one of us here. We are lucky, we're privileged that we're sitting in halls with AC, we're speaking with microphones, but when we're speaking about the climate justice, it's something in our villages. Don't get it twisted, comrades, that we're here speaking English. We all end up in the communities where we come from. Turn to your neighbor, tell your neighbor you're going back to your village. And what have you done to make sure there is climate justice in your community? You ask your neighbor. We are going to have a conversation. This is not going to be a one-way traffic. Until we start to take the conversations from rooms like these, and we take this conversation down on ground, the effect is coming to you. Whether you get the services, whether you get the knowledge, it's upon us to take this conversation to our very closest households. Friends, today we're going to have distinguished speakers who are going to speak to us. But because the rain, because of climate change again, we're starting a little late. Rain disrupted our agenda. But nonetheless, we're going to stay on course. Today we're going to have a couple of speakers, but I request that every speaker you're going to run within time. I love time. I love time. I crave time. We're going to run within time. And please, if you're treating anything outside of this room, let the world know that we are convening for climate justice. It's a symposium that has innovators, academia, the CSOs, the NGOs, and the government. And this conversation is not just for you, but to send this information out. I know we'll have our phones, so let's treat what comes out of this room. And just remind you before we have a very first speaker, climate justice will hit you when you're vulnerable. I just want that to sink in your mind. I'm a journalist today, but I won't be a journalist in the next 30 years to come. So if I'm not part of these conversations and if I'm not impactful, it will come when I'm expired. So think about it as we're having this conversation. But nonetheless, to amplify this conversation, we're going to start off with welcoming remarks and possibly remarks that are going to give us an overview of why we're here for these 2 days as we're wrapping up the Action Week and what we should expect and what you should take home. Mine is to remind you that this is a conversation you must take out of this building. We need a treat from you out of this building. We need you to share this conversation with the great citizens of the land, even beyond the borders. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to welcome our Country Director, ActionAid International, Uganda, Mr. Xavier Joy, to give us the welcoming remarks. Let's welcome him.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are here for action. I want to see some action. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. This started with a march from the city square to this university, great university. I am excited to be back to Makerere University after over 2 decades. I was here in this university pursuing my bachelor's degree in social sciences, economics, and political science. I graduated from here and were told to go and translate the knowledge that we had acquired from this university into Axon. Today, I return to this university with a message of Axon. This Axon is from our theme, which is about climate justice, from words to climate action, putting your money where your mouth is. Ladies and gentlemen, I observe you all, delegates from different sectors, from government of Uganda, from civil society, from academia, from communities across this country, from different embassies and development agencies, United Nations, all protocols observed. You're welcome to this symposium. It's a national symposium on climate justice. It is the climax of a week of action that ActionAid, with partners, MENPRO, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Co, Climate Action Network Uganda, Kota, Transparency International Uganda, Siatini Uganda, and many other partners that I'm not going to mention here for the interest of time. We appreciate the collaboration that we've had across this country to have a conversation on climate justice, a conversation that seeks to spur us from the words that we've had into action. I welcome you all to this place. On behalf of ActionAid International Uganda and partners, we appreciate your solidarity and the actions that you've taken in that action. I want to, in a special way, welcome my colleagues, ActionAid country directors from Zimbabwe, Mr. Joy Mabenge, karibu to Uganda, and from Kenya, Susan Otieno, the country director for ActionAid Kenya, karibu to Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also excited to have Professor Julius Kiza, who is going to give our keynote address with us here. I'm very excited to let you know that Professor taught me political science in this great university. What a reunion it is, and I will reserve comments on his keynote address when he steps up to speak. We do not have any apologies on behalf of the rain for beating you or holding people. We are talking about climate change and climate justice. What a moment to have rain soak us when we are walking from City Square to here, or even hold people from making it here in time. We are not going to stop our deliberations waiting for those who have been held by rain. In any case, it makes our message stronger that climate change is here. It is disrupting lives, livelihoods, including conversations intended to address climate change. So for me, this is timely, and I look forward to receiving the rest of the guests, but we are not going to hold back to start this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I have brief remarks just to welcome you here and set the scene for the conversations going on for the next 2 days. ActionAid International Uganda, those of you who don't know, is a national development organization affiliated to ActionAid International, a global federation of independent members and people working together to end poverty and injustice. ActionAid International Uganda currently has a physical presence in 13 districts of Uganda and reaching out to 45 districts across this country with its programs that are in those districts through its partners, but also nationally. Some of those programs are focused on climate justice, which is why we're here today. They're also focused on governance and accountability. You know our work on anti-corruption and accountability, as well as women's rights. I want to let you know that over the last 15 years, our climate justice programs have aimed at building community resilience, adaptive and absorptive capacity to the negative effects of climate change and climate-induced disasters. While these programs have had significant impact in our communities and households, we as an organization and together with our partners recognize that climate justice requires a systems change. I will speak to that shortly, which seeks to link the local initiatives, some of you who have been seeing the demonstrations happening outside here about initiatives at the local level, to national as well as to global systems. And that is what we've recognized, that building community resilience, adaptive capacities, and absorptive capacities is making progress, but it is not sufficient enough to transform communities to the impact of climate change that is with us today and visibly so. Today, the impacts of climate change are intensifying globally. In our region, in Eastern Horn of Africa region, and in different parts of our country, Uganda. I just want to point you to a few examples. This month, May 2024, Lake Victoria, which is a stone throw away from here, has recorded the highest levels in history ever. Now we have the Lake Victoria levels have risen this month. If people are from the Uganda Meteorological Authority are here, they'll further add to that. But this is something that I think the last one we had was in 2020, but we have been reliably informed that this month, May 2024, we have seen severe weather and other climatic events across different parts of Uganda. We know that besides the water levels in Lake Victoria rising to the highest level in history, Lake Victoria is the source of River Nile. And so that extends through the rivers to Lake Kyoga, whose levels are also rising, as you know, and areas around Lake Kyoga, including Nakasongola, Teso, the water levels are rising. We see there's flooding there. This month alone, Katakwi, many communities in Katakwi are underwater. We also know that River Nile passes through Lake Albert and the environment around Lake Albert, which is where oil is being drilled, and goes down to Pakwach through Moyo into South Sudan. There's a district called Obongi, those of you who know about it. For the last 5 years, the district headquarters has been flooded. The road going to the district is always submerged during the rainy season, the peak of the rainy seasons. We've also heard about landslides and flooding in Bunyangabo, in western Uganda. I think we have people from Kasese here. River Nyamwamba, and the displacement that we've had also in the Elgon region, Namutumba, and other parts of this country. Landslides, flooding, and displacement, as well as loss of lives. I'm aware that we lost close to 10 people already in Bunyangabo and Kasese, and many more are dying because of flooding, let alone the livelihoods that have been destroyed. Last year, we had drought in Karamoja and parts of Teso, and we lost, I think the estimate's about 2,000 lives. Now, with these events around us, of course, climate change is deeper than this. It's always marked in terms of change over a long period of time. However, these events demonstrate just a very small portion of the things around climate change that are with us today. If you go to the highlands of Kigezi, the place that is the coolest in the country, or used to be the coolest in the country, and actually malaria-free because mosquitoes wouldn't survive there. Today, malaria is becoming more rampant in Kigezi. And other diseases for both humans, animals, as well as crops are affecting our livelihoods across the country. This, therefore, is a demonstration that climate change is here with us. If there is anyone in this room or across this country who is still in doubt that climate change is with us here, and then they are only living in denial. As the impacts of climate change intensify, it is imperative that we need to refocus all our efforts, I do say that again, all our efforts towards taking decisive action to reflect the urgency and the scale of the climate crisis that we are not only reading in newspapers or books, but that is in our faces, that is impacting our livelihoods and our lives. It is against this backdrop that as ActionAid International Uganda and partners and all interested stakeholders have marked the Climate Justice Week of Action as a pivotal moment to rally all stakeholders from across all levels, but most importantly, provide a platform that gives the frontline communities, those who are on the receiving end of climate change, give them the resources and galvanize the support that they need for climate justice actions. That is why we're here today. We recognize the efforts of all stakeholders in responding to climate change. It's a challenge that is an existential threat to our livelihoods and lives. And we recognize that this challenge affects disproportionately those who are most vulnerable in our society: the women, the people with disabilities, people who are living in extreme poverty. The areas that I read earlier across this country are those areas that have been traditionally living in extreme poverty. Now you add the mix to the mix climate change, it just becomes unbearable. However, recognizing those efforts we do, we need to also recognize that we are racing against time. We now need to do, not say more. Commit ourselves, our communities, and all institutions to take action. We are saying, let us move from words to action, and let's put our money where our mouth is. That is why we are gathered here. This gathering is just to trigger us for the actions ahead. The Climate Justice Week of Action is a response to these pressing challenges, seeking to empower frontline communities and advocate for systems change, addressing the root causes of climate change and promoting sustainable solutions. This initiative aims to pave way for a just and equitable transition to a low-carbon economy. While Climate Justice Week of Action is led by ActionAid and partners, we have reached all stakeholders during this past week, from government ministries and departments, who are also represented here, the climate negotiators for Uganda, who are also in this room, policymakers, private sector, UN agencies, representatives from the East African community, IGAD, missions and embassies in Uganda, media, academia, NGOs, civil society organizations, and especially women and young people-led organizations, refugee-led organizations. We thank those who have traveled all the way from the refugee settlements and are here with us. The climate is changing. Human activities are contributing to this. And that's why we want action from us as humans. We need to recognize what is contributing to climate change out of human action. ActionAid International, the federation, has done a study that has demonstrated what are those leading contributors to climate change or pollution of our environment that is leading to climate change. And we know them. One of them is fossil fuel production and use, which has increased over time, and we are investing in it. We know this very well, that fossil fuel is destroying the ozone, is depleting the ozone layer. The vehicles that we use, the planes that we use, the generators, whatever has fuel in it, coal, and so on, is contributing to climate change. That is the reality. And we continue to put money in that. The second one, which is hardly talked about, but nonetheless very important, is industrial agriculture. Large-scale farming, which is looked at as with pride and progress, but large-scale farming is contributing to climate change, usually destroying natural tree cover and ecosystems for planting commercial crops. In Uganda today we know sugar is one of them, tobacco, and many others. Crops that are not grown to address famine or hunger, but grown for profit. Profit for a few, and usually for corporations. But in the practice of that large-scale farming, there's use of chemicals, fertilizers, insecticides, pesticides. Chemicals that destroy together and also deplete the ozone layer, contributing directly. But we also know that it displaces usually communities that are only living for survival. And so we have a double, if not multiple, tragedy. And we are saying that conversation needs to change. Rather than put money, and in Uganda, as well as globally, money is being put in the wrong places. In activities that contribute to climate change, rather than to solutions or climate justice. And we're saying, let's sit in this room, let's reflect about that deeply. Let's be candid in our conversations. Can we move the money to where our mouth is? If climate change is a challenge to us, if flooding is affecting us, if drought is affecting us, can we put money to solutions rather than problems or false solutions? This is what this conversation is about. You know, in this country, that some money goes to, a lot of money goes to support private investors in industrial agriculture, as well as fossil fuel production. How about turning that money around and putting it in renewable energy that regenerates our ecosystem? Or agroecology that actually uses indigenous knowledge and resources? Can we have that conversation and step out of this room here with action? With action of putting our money where our mouth is, from national priority level to the community level, to individuals, even represented in this room. I'm hoping that the conversations here are going to be candid. We're going to open up and speak out and recommit ourselves into actions that will help us to save our planet, because we do not have another planet, and we need to save our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this symposium. It's packed, exciting programs and presentations and conversations, but most importantly, we are excited to have communities at the front line with us here who bring those unique voices, who are sitting usually at the margins, and they demonstrate not just how climate change has impacted negatively, but also demonstrate resilience, and they demonstrate alternatives, viable alternatives for climate justice. We are excited to have you here. We look forward to very candid interactions, and hopefully we can engage further than here, rising from the community level to the national level. And as Action Aid and partners, we want to carry this debate all along, even to the highest levels across the globe. I welcome you to the National Symposium on Climate Justice, and looking forward to interacting more with you. And I will hand over back to Andrew to call on the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Xavier. While you're speaking, your former lecturer and professor, he felt that he actually taught a great gentleman. Let's give you a round of applause there. Our friends from Zimbabwe, Sawubona, good to see you and good to have you. And our dear sister from Kenya, Karibu. I always follow Kenyan politics, and my best politician is Millie Odhiambo. That is the best lady there. She speaks without fear. And friends, whatever they have been speaking about here, it's something we're seeing within our spaces. When Xavier was speaking about the effects of climate change, you know, we have fools, for lack of a better word, who have always said climate change is a hoax. Have you seen that online? Have you seen it online? People saying climate change is a hoax, the same way COVID was a hoax. I survived COVID myself. And when we say that it's a hoax, and when you have some discerning voices that are saying that climate change is a hoax, please be the voice to engage them in time. Because as and when you allow that to go through, you're going to be very frail and you can't turn the hands of time. I'll just bring back what Nelson Mandela said, that when intellectual and brilliant people are quiet, fools multiply. We should not allow them to multiply. Cindy, now to bring that to context, allow me to welcome Professor Julius Kiza, who is going to impact the political economy of climate justice at the global and the national level. Let's welcome the Prof to give us this insight. And please note, in case you need some water, just stand to your seat. There is a bottle of water there, just to make sure that your throats are not thirsty. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Masters of Ceremonies. Thank you very much, country directors of Action Aid and other civil society organizations represented here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting me to be part of this conversation. A few days ago, I was asked to give a keynote address on the subject of the political economy of the global climate justice agenda. I hesitated and nearly decided that I'm not the right person. And Xavier was kind. He said, no. Look, your job is simple. Come and make a public display of your ignorance on this subject. And my consolation, he added, was, you see, ignorance shared is ignorance half resolved. So I am here to make a public display of my ignorance on the subject of climate justice. And I'll try to highlight the global context, the national context, and what I wasn't asked, the local context, with a specific reference to the Batua question in southwestern Uganda. In outline, I'm proposing that we spend a few minutes looking at the boring subject of the meaning of climate justice. What does it mean? And I'm doing this because I'm a mwalimu. Mwalimu is a teacher. And I'm doing it because I've already been reminded refreshingly that people conflate climate change with climate justice. I've already had a very important person saying, climate justice will impact you, whether you like it or not. Now, that suggests that they are conflating climate justice with climate change. One is supposed to solve the other, but. So we will highlight the meaning of climate justice. Number two, I will ask the question, why care? Why should I care? And why should you care? Number three, I will pose a stupid question. If climate justice is the answer, what is the question? Number four, I will invite us to unmask the asymmetrical power relations on the subject of climate justice. And number next, I will invite us to pose six big political economic questions. And finally, I will invite us to draw conclusions. Now, on the meaning of climate justice, a variant, there is a literature which is showing, and which we need to appreciate, that climate justice is a mere variant of what we call environmental justice, what some of you call eco-justice. In other words, the goal of climate justice is to correct eco-injustice. Yes or no? Eco-injustice is a situation where the poor, the voiceless, the marginalized, the exploited are disproportionately impacted by developments around us, more than those that benefit from them. So, and this is why we must speak interest. So climate justice is also a variant of equitable development and intergenerational equity. The key talking point on the subject of climate justice is simple, that we should, now, this is again a problem. Some people are saying leave pi as pi. That was primary school education, primary school mathematics. Leave pi as pi. Don't interfere with the environment. Live in a state of nature. Now, that's a false conversation. Because these people we represent, the people we lead, the people we serve, have needs. And these needs must be met. So when we discuss climate justice, we are saying, use today's resources to meet the needs of the current generation. There's no shortcut. You have to meet the needs of the citizens, but do it fairly, equitably, and with an eye on the needs of both the current and future generations. That's the conversation, really. So it is not to say leave pi as pi, leave forests as forests, leave waters as waters, leave sands untapped. But the point is, can you use these things sustainably to meet the needs of today's citizens, but also without compromising the future needs of the current generation and the future needs of the future generation? Why do we care about the future? It's because you and I are custodians of our endowments of today. Why should we care about climate justice? I care, and I'm inviting you to care, because the climate justice discourse conflates climate variability with climate change. Let me be abundantly clear. Climate variability is normal. It happens, whether you like it or not. Climate change is where the problem is. Climate variability will happen whether you do nothing or something. It is the issue of climate change. And remember, climate change must be empirically verifiable. It must be statistically significant. Not every climate variability tantamounts to climate change. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, climate change refers to variations in weather that have three distinguishing characteristics. Number one, they are observable using tools, and they could be statistical tools. They are observable. Oh, you wanted me to use this? Okay. Doesn't seem to be moving. Okay. So we said this is where the issue is. This is made in China, you see? How I wish it was made in Makerere, not made in China. Thanks. So where do we point? This way or that way? Okay, we have to know how to handle this side way up. Okay, so we are saying, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate change refers to variations in weather which have three distinguishing characteristics. First, they must be observable. And to be observable means you can use tools like statistical tests, not just dogma, not just to say if you deny that there are significant changes, then you are abundantly wrong. The issue is, where is the evidence? Number two, that the changes must have persisted for an extended period. Not just events. Events are called accidents. If water levels rose in a patch in one season, in a period of 20 years, that is called an accident. It's an event. But if it is reproduced over an extended period, then we pick interest in it to try to explain. But number three, that the impact must be on the ecosystem, defined as humans and the environment. That means we pick interest in that subject. Number two, I am proposing that we should care about climate justice because the discourse today is conflating symptoms with root causes. Symptoms are not the root cause. It is the pathogens, the root causes. Now, speaking in the School of Public Health, it is the pathogens, the root causes, that we must drive our attention to. According to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, in 2010, several regions of the world experienced what they are calling severe weather-related events. I'll put this in quotes. They're talking of events. The concern must not be events, which are, by definition, accidents. The concern must be on things which are reproduced. Now, these events include the following. They are floods in Asia and Europe. They are heat waves and droughts in Russia, mudslides in China, severe droughts in sub-Saharan Africa, and climate-induced food insecurity. Now, unfortunately, this conversation is a little silent on what's happening in Uganda. The rising water levels of Lake Victoria, Lake Kyoga rising, Apache is having floods. We are silent on what's happening to Udongo and Bugoma, Omabira, which is heavily degraded. We are silent, yes, my colleague has raised the issue of Kabale, which is getting infestations. These things are happening, but my fundamental concern is that there is limited attention given to the root causes. What are these drivers, political economic drivers? I want to argue that the root causes are fundamentally political economy in nature. And now I come to the question that I called stupid. If climate justice is the answer, what is the question? In other words, what's the problem? The problem I want to contend is political in nature and lies in the political economy. And this problem may be summarized as follows. Number one, we are seeing different institutional actors, globally, continentally, regionally, nationally, and even within our communities. Number two, we are seeing different power and influence capabilities at play. Number three, we are seeing different incentives the rewards and sanctions vary. So the question we must ask is, what drives you to jump onto the climate justice conversation? Are you getting certain rewards, or are there sanctions? And are they sufficient to cause positive action? The next issue is variations in legal and regulatory regimes. And then I mentioned the issue of cross-national and national corporations, companies, driven by profit motives. And finally, I mentioned the local institutional arrangements, including but not limited to cultural institutions, district ordinances, and bylaws of lower local governments, which are important actors in this space. At the core of these political economy variables, I contend, are the asymmetrical power relations. Asymmetries refer to inequalities, inequitable relations. Symmetrical relations are those that are promoting parity. But we are talking of inequitable and equal power relations. And I call them asymmetrical because I want to sound Machiavellian. What are the key findings? Now, these findings are from the literature review because I wasn't given time to do field work. Perhaps this could be a basis for field research. The key findings from the literature review are as follows. Number one, we are seeing the powerful global political economies in the north being the major polluters of our environment, vis-a-vis the poor political economy actors in the south, which are in a state of nature predominantly, pre-industrial. Already we are seeing inequitable power relations. Number two, we are seeing the problem of ideological capture. The ideology around climate change and climate justice is manufactured in the global north and is imposed on our elites like you. Unfortunately, at a continental level, our elites are doing what we call copy and paste. No critical processing, no critical thinking. In fact, V.I. Lenin would say our elites are becoming useful idiots of the global agenda. Now, those are not my words. Don't quote, I'm a reverend father, or nearly became one, so I don't use those words. But number four, we are seeing the issue of powerful multinational companies. These are business corporations. And some are in the oil industry in Uganda, Sinuk, Talo Oil, etc. Some of these companies are pushing for tax holidays, even when they damage the environment. But they are very powerful, and some have more assets, more wealth than the host countries. So we have inequitable power relations between the multinational companies by and of themselves, or because multinational companies are a projection of the power of their headquarters, the power of the global north, the power of the country where they are birthed. These are inequitable power relations. And many of the leaders of the developing world are looking at foreign direct investment and worshiping it as the source of salvation for the global south. That creates serious problems. Number five, we talk about the national bourgeoisie, like some of you. The national bourgeoisie, the local elites, and I'm talking of local to mean those within district spaces, those within local government jurisdictions. Now, the national bourgeoisie and the local elites appear to be forging an alliance of betrayal against the Wananchi. The ordinary citizen wants an education. They want a job, decent jobs. They want to be able to educate their children, male and female. They want infrastructure which works, not borders, standard gauge railway line. They want to be able to say that our children can access digital learning. The elites are saying, look, for us, we are benefiting from the global elites who give us funds to be mouthpieces of the climate justice agenda. Now, I'm not saying climate justice shouldn't be pushed forward. I am saying we have to be critical and ask a fundamental question. Are we getting value for money? Are we doing things that give us value for money and value for many? Value for money and value for our citizens. And then finally, there's the question of the voiceless Wananchi. For example, the Karamojong. Many of us are silent on the Karamojong question. Karamojong land was appropriated to create national parks For whom? The global elites. Bunyoro Kitara land was grabbed. You see Kabalega National Park, Budongo Forest, Bugoma Forest, Queen Elizabeth, Lake Mburo, all of this is Bunyoro Kitara. All of these were grabbed by the colonial state to create spaces for tourism so that global elites from the north can come and relax here. Now, on a per capita basis, wild animals in Uganda have more land than the citizens. Is that sustainable? Can't we revise that question? Where citizens are denied land and animals have more land and they are grazing at will. These are issues which are raised in the political economic conversation of climate justice. Now, on the basis of what I have just outlined, I'm inviting us to think through 6 big political economy questions. And these are as follows. Number 1, how strong is the evidence on climate change? Climate change, are we having climate change or mere climate variability? Are we seeing the resurrection of the Malthusian alarmism? Malthusian was saying, look, population, we're going to have a population crisis. There is an existential threat associated with our reproductive capabilities. Malthus has been proven wrong because technologies have moved forward to produce a different conversation. Look at the empirical evidence. The Earth's average surface temperature has risen by about 1 degree Celsius since the 19th century. Hello, 1 degree. Is that climate change or climate variability? Most of the warming, and this is the point of concern, most of the global warming has occurred over the past 40 years, especially between 2016 and 2020. That's the point of concern. But 1 degree, is that what I should spend my sleepless nights on? Change is driven by increased emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. These are associated with human activity. And some of these, when I mentioned, my social science students said, wait a minute, Mwalimu, are you speaking in the language of the Holy Spirit? They are nitrous oxide, they are hydrofluorocarbons, they are sulfur hexafluoride, and other gases. I'm not speaking in tongues, I'm speaking science because we are in the School of Public Health. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, atmospheric carbon dioxide has increased since the Industrial Revolution in England, especially since the mid-1800s. The ocean is warming, okay? The ocean is showing warming of 0.67 degrees Fahrenheit or 0.33 degrees Celsius since 1969. Hello, 0.33 degrees Celsius since 1969. This is your life. Those of you who attended my classes, perhaps you are younger than this. 0.33 degrees Celsius. Remember, we are saying, must we create jobs or talk the language of climate change? Is this something significant statistically? Can I quickly add that data from NASA is showing that Greenland has lost about 279 billion tons of ice per year between 1993 and 2019. Antarctica has lost roughly 148 billion tons of ice per year. Is this something to worry about? We had too much ice. Must this be a point of concern? To recruit our best and brightest elites to fight a foreign agenda? This is something worth reflecting upon. That global sea levels rose about 8 inches. Hello, do you have a phone? Your phone, your smartphone is roughly 8 inches or less. Then that's the rise. Is that climate change or variability? 8 inches, and these 8 inches have risen in 100 years. Not one day. Hello? Sijaje hapa kutafuta mchumba. In case some of you are getting annoyed with me, let me remind you what President Magufuli said. I want to repeat. Sijaje hapa kutafuta mchumba. Hapa ni kazi tu. I did not come to look for a suitor to marry. I came to share knowledge. Why are you annoyed with me? I said 8 inches, and I'm quoting empirical data from NASA. 8. Is this something to worry about vis-a-vis the need, the 67% of our graduates in Uganda who are jobless? 67% of our youth. 16 mothers are dying during child delivery every day. We are talking of about 4,000 mothers dying per year during child delivery. Where should we drive our resources and our energies and our priorities? Now, the concern about the rise in sea level is that in the last 20 years, the rise has doubled. That's the concern. So we need to specify where the problem lies. That over the last 2 decades, the increase has been much higher. But the sum total is 8 inches, which is 20 centimeters in 100 years. My friends, your phone is less than that high. Yes or no? In case you failed your mathematics in UPE, this is 8 inches roughly. Is this something to worry about? Hello? Yes, you can annoy me, or you can get annoyed with me or hate me, but what do we do? Since the Industrial Revolution, toxicity of surface ocean waters has increased by about 30% due to carbon emissions. Now, 30% is significant. This is an important problem which we must address. The ocean is absorbing more contamination, and that's an important concern. The tempting conclusion from the available data is, and I quote, that scientific evidence for warming of the climate system is uncontested. And this is coming from global respected sources. But of course, we need to ask another important question. Are the supposedly dangerous planetary changes of the Anthropocene, the climate change disaster, exaggerated? Are these changes exaggerated? Now, let me repeat. The Earth's temperature has risen by an average of 0.14 degrees Fahrenheit. Hello? 0.14 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 0.08 degrees Celsius per decade since 1880. Is this something to prioritize with the best and brightest graduates of our universities, colleges, and polytechnics? Are we observing normal climate variability or a climate change crisis? This is something I'm inviting us to pause. Most, and this is important, most carbon dioxide emissions in 2021 came from China, which produced 10.7 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And China was followed by USA, 4.7 metric tons. India followed, and Russia and Japan. The top 10 pollutants would include Iran, Germany, which is now the 3rd largest economy in the world, and a few others. Now, these emissions, the contamination is coming from the advanced industrial economies. And this is a point of concern. The carbon emissions per person is something I would invite you to reflect upon. And the message is here at the base. The world's top 1% emitters produce over 1,000 times more carbon dioxide than the bottom 1%. Uganda, most of Africa, is under the bottom, the poorest. This is recent information, 2023. Are we together? But let's look at the next information. If we used balloons, which are proportionate, we are seeing the largest contamination coming from North America, Western Europe, China, and India. Look at Africa. This is Africa, in case you... This is Africa, statistically green, statistically a non-pollutant. Why? Because we are in a state of nature. We are pre-industrial. Does that mean the best and brightest people in civil society and in government must put all their efforts and energies on climate change? It's okay for you to hate me, but please address the empirical reality. Let's agree or disagree with evidence. By pushing Africa, and this is my third question, by pushing Africa to stay green and pre-industrial, are the advanced economies kicking away the ladder of their progress? Their progress has come through industrialization. Unfortunately, there are externalities. Contaminations come with industrialization. But who factors green Makerere into the calculations of the wealth of Uganda? Uganda is green, but where are the figures showing that we are rich? The figures of gross domestic product emphasize manufacturing. They emphasize high-tech services, including those coming from nuclear capabilities, including the hydrocarbon things. Not how green you are. So are these advanced countries, having achieved socioeconomic transformation, kicking away the ladder of their progress, as Hajun Chang proposes? As a corollary, are rich countries and the multinational countries hardly paying, are they paying a fair price for the contamination they cause? Shouldn't we have a conversation on fair pay for the contamination you cause? You see, when an actor like China pollutes the environment, we all pay the price. When we contribute clean air by default, because we are green, we are pre-industrial, we are in the state of nature, a Garden of Eden. When we supply oxygen, it's a public good, meaning nobody is paying for it. Are we together? Could we have a conversation so that the advanced countries put in money, not just voluntary contributions, but with sanctions for non-compliance? Are rich countries free riders? This is an economic stamp. Are they taking benefits they have not paid for? Shouldn't we have a conversation on that? Because by default, we are green. Friends, let's look at this figure. The IMF in 2021 produced infographics which are summarizing what the IMF calls, IMF is the International Monetary Fund, for some of my junior monks who might have not known this. The junior monks are those students of mine who are undergraduates or those who are beginning masters. When they successfully pass my exams, they become certified monks. When they join us in the teaching profession, I crown them senior monks when you approximate, when you lose hair like me and get flowers, okay? Okay, now this is the point. The 95 trillion world economy, according to IMF, please look at this. It is dominated by United States of America, which has 22.9 trillion in terms of dollars, followed by China, 16.9 trillion. And who follows? This chart was produced 2021 before Germany was classified as the third largest economy. But today it is Germany which follows number 3. Are we together? Now, these big actors, if we use now, trying to show the proportionate share of the wealth of the world, they are taking roughly 50%. The rest of us, has anyone of us seen Africa? Africa is statistically absent on this chart, statistically missing, statistically insignificant. Why? Because we live in a state of nature. We are by default green. Nobody factors how green you are into the global GDP equations. Are we together? Okay, I know you are hating me, but that's okay. Even my junior monks initially hate me. When they grow up, they say you are the most wonderful mwalimu we have had. It's okay, you can also hate me. But I am sharing things that exist. Let's agree or disagree on the basis of empirical reality. Now, I am using gross domestic product per capita balloons. And these balloons are showing the proportionate share of income, of wealth. What do we see? That the giants are actually North America, Western Europe, Japan, South Korea. Africa, again, statistically absent. Statistically, our wealth does not count. Are we together? I was speaking to a Japanese man, and I was pretending to be the economics ambassador of Uganda to Japan in Tokyo. I said, please come. Virtually everybody driving a car in Uganda is driving Toyota. Please come and invest a plant, a factory in my country. You know what he said? He said, Julius, you know, you're my friend, but I should tell you the truth. You have no market. I said, wait a minute, but all the cars, he said, you buy junk, used, discarded, that most of, did you hear me? The Japanese man said, Julius, there is no market for our products in your country because you are driving junk. You are helping us to clean our economy by dumping into your economy. Hello, we are statistically absent in terms of gross domestic product. And this is inviting us to paint another picture. Africa, green, but powerless. And within Africa, by the way, cartographers, these are experts in mapping, they deceive us. Africa is huge. Within Africa, you can plant United States of America, India, Argentina, Western Europe, China. All of them will fit. And then you have spaces for islands like Japan and Korea. Africa is that huge. Yes, abundantly huge. We have mass potential, but real power absent. Can't we change the conversation from mere climate change to the question of what is it that will make us significant? And I propose industrial manufacturing. Now, I don't know whether I should share this or just leave you, but the point is this, that 2017, Oxfam noted that 8 men, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about 8 men, owned the same wealth as 3.6 billion people who make up the poorest half of humanity. 8 men, no women. Now, during COVID, we see a report from Oxfam 2023. What does it say? The richest 1% grabbed 2/3 of all new wealth that emerged after COVID. Hello, and they are predominantly men. Are we addressing the gender agenda in our conversation on climate change? Are we addressing the question of why tax holidays for multinational companies? By the way, my friend Vitaturi drives an Amadi car. I'm just whispering. An Amadi car, tax-free. And he's not alone. And I'm whispering again. So the rich are not paying tax. The rich are driving number plates which show tax-free. Hello, you can get annoyed, it's okay. But let's get annoyed with the facts. With the facts. It's okay to discuss the facts. The rich are demanding for and getting tax holidays. We are imposing taxes on the poor. Are we addressing that subject? Why we are imposing tax on the poor who are struggling and not those who are capable of paying? I read to another question and I want to conclude. There is nothing such as a perfect choice in public policy. What we have are satisficing choices. Satisficing choices are preferences which have 2 characteristics. 1, they suffice. Number 2, they are satisfactory. So as we discuss the climate change conversation, the climate justice, can we think of something which is not perfect? Because you won't get it. I have told the girls in my class, there is no such a thing as a perfect boyfriend. All of them are imperfect. All boyfriends are imperfect. Quote me. And all husbands are imperfect. So the question as a researcher of a husband or boyfriend you should be asking is whether this boyfriend has satisfying characteristics, meaning sufficient and satisfactory, not perfect. The same issue with environmental conversations. And the question becomes, does the climate justice conversation really address the top priorities of African economies? I am listing industrial transformation from agrarian activities into manufacturing. I am listing deepening domestic revenues. Anybody, if you appoint me Minister of Finance tomorrow, by divine grace, my job will be to deepen the revenue of the state. My job will be to transform the economy into industrial manufacturing. My job will be to build a 21st century infrastructure, such as standard gauge railway and the digital highway. My job will be to skill the citizenry, to empower the women and youth, and create decent jobs for our citizens. Not just to keep the nation green for the sake of the global climate justice conversation. Now, I'm not campaigning. I hope I'm not coming off as somebody campaigning. My final question, and with reference to our people, I've already referred to the Karamojong. Their land was grabbed by the colonial state to create Kidepo National Park and other parks. I have already referred to the Banyoro question. The Banyoro were penalized because Kabalega resisted colonialism. So Bunyoro land was declared national parks. Today, animals in Bunyoro have more land on a per capita basis, more acreage. Animals, wild animals, and trees have more acreage than human beings. Can't we change the conversation on that? So that our citizens have a right to access land, rather than giving the land exclusively to animals. I'm not saying kill all the animals. No, don't misunderstand me. I am saying we can reduce the acreage for the animals as we expand space for our citizens, because it's our duty to cater for our citizens. So we are asking the question of whether we are addressing the Batwa question. Now, what is very hurting is that the Batwa were declared by the global elites in partnership with our national bourgeoisie and the local elites as part of fauna and flora. To be part of fauna and flora is to be declared part of nature. That you're like with the wild baboons and wild monkeys. That you're not human. To be a Mutua is to be subhuman. And because you're subhuman, your land, which was the impenetrable forest in southwestern Uganda, and in DRC, and in Rwanda, the land of the Batwa was declared terra nullius, Latin word for empty territory. Now, the Batwa were displaced without compensation. Now, the law is clear. No appropriation of land without prior and sufficient compensation. The Batwa were displaced from their customary land holdings and declared fauna and flora with no human rights. But the question becomes, why are animal rights privileged over the rights of the Batwa people? Why are animal rights privileged over the rights of the Karamojong? Why are animal rights privileged over the rights of the Banyoro? In the name of climate justice and in the name of meeting the needs of the global climate change conversation. I want to come to two conclusions. The first is that climate justice has two faces, not one. The first is that we are talking about the need to serve today's generation of citizens without compromising the need of the future. We are talking of the need to cause the greatest pollutants in the global north to pay a fair share for cleaning the environment. And that is quite positive. We are talking of intergenerational equity and social equity and gender equity. And that is the positive dimension. The negative bit is that there are so many underlying issues that we are not addressing. The conclusion, therefore, is summarized as follows in Swahili. Uzuri wa kitu kwa nje si usalama wa ndani. I want to repeat. Uzuri kwa nje si usalama wa ndani. I know the executive director knows Swahili better than me. Could you translate, please? Yes, where is the... Yes, please. Sure. Sure. Uzuri kwa nje, uzuri wa kitu kwa nje, si usalama wa ndani. And as East Africans, we need to learn Swahili.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I come from a tribe that embraces English more than Swahili. But I'll try. Uzuri wa kitu kwa nje. So it means the outward appearance is not a reflection of the internal beauty.
Thank you. Please, a big hand clap. Thank you very much. But I can tell you that if you are observant, you notice that when we are teaching UPE, we ask the question, but also show the answer. The answer is there. Looks can be deceptive. And because our learners are UPE, they say, sir, you ask the question, but what's the answer? So they want to rehearse the answer and then spit it back to you. I have told them junior monks are not supposed to do that. But I've done this because I'm told we have people, the Wanjiku, the ordinary, from northern Uganda, from southwest, from the center, from everywhere. That's why I did this, so that we are able to come on job. So that is conclusion number one. Uzuri kwa nje si usalama wa ndani. The second conclusion is simpler. And it states that climate justice is inherently political. It is an articulation of power relations and elite preferences and vested interests. These, unfortunately, are mediated through the ruling elites globally, continentally, nationally, and locally. So what we see packaged as the climate justice program is a reflection of elite preferences, unfortunately. And these elites now organize and say, look, if you don't do this, then you are not for us. You are either with us or you are against us. The overall conclusion is twofold. Notwithstanding today's formal declarations on the universality of rights, what counts in the real world political economy is the justice of the powerful, the mighty, the networked, the digital generation, not the underprivileged. My final conclusion, and this is for those who want to be annoyed with me for interfering with their settled minds. Science commits suicide once it becomes dogmatic. The science of climate change is becoming dogmatic, and it is likely to commit suicide unless it interrogates the facts and addresses the real facts. Asanteni, shukrani zangu pokeeni, na dua njema na waombea.
Let's give Professor a round of applause. I don't know what's going on in your mind, but I can attest that it's actually boiling. We're going to have 3 questions to Prof. I know my brother is dying to ask questions because a climate change enthusiast, professor, I've been with him in Dubai, in Qatar, in Ethiopia, and down South Africa about climate change. So your question is going to be very brief. We shall have 3 of them. Please don't be shy once that microphone comes to you, and then we shall have the Prof respond to that and proceed. Please.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you, Professor. Indeed, I was annoyed about the climate science. It's what really annoyed me, and sorry for the disappointment that, to your surprise, most of us got a little bit disappointed by the climate science. No, I don't think so. Question is, you're a true Ugandan because you teach at the government institution, and I believe you provide research and evidence-based, which sometimes support government in terms of policy formulation. My question to you is, how can we bridge the gap between climate research and policy implementation? And as a very powerful academician, we have a challenge of policy implementation at some point. Where does your research end? Does it have an impact? Does it change the communities you've been referring to? Or it only stops here? Thank you.
That is one. We have 2 more to go. National bourgeoisies, don't get scared, please.
Thank you so much, Professor. First of all, I introduce myself. Onduri Machul Fred. I've been a negotiator on climate change since 2000, and I've followed issues to do with finance. I've followed adaptation, and now I'm coordinating climate technology development and transfer on behalf of the LDCs. I'm also the current chair of Climate Technology Center Network Advisory Board, which is based in Copenhagen. And I would like to overwhelmingly say 90% of your deliberation is very correct. First of all, as a negotiator, we face a lot of constraints. What you said is right. The developed countries are supposed to clean the shit. They have created it through industrial revolution, agricultural revolution. They fell down their trees in the name of development. Now, at a time when developing countries should also get development space, they are saying, leave the fossil fuel in the ground. Uganda should leave its oil in the ground. You have used your natural resources and developed. Now you are stopping us from using our natural resources, part of which developed you in your country through aggravation. And you're telling us, please keep the oil in the ground. Please pay us. For keeping this oil on the ground, we should be paid. The contribution of developing countries to the global emission is about 3%. The whole of our developing countries. Maybe now we have China, which is also in quotes a developing country. They don't want to accept that China is a developed country, despite the fact that China is now the second largest economy in the world and the world's biggest emitter. So I think just to say thank you very much for the philosophical presentation, and I hope guys listen very carefully. He is not saying that climate justice is not important. Yeah. But he's saying, give us space also for development as we help you clean the shit that you created. And indeed, to get resources for effective implementation of actions in our country from developed countries, a negotiation to get maybe $1 million can take Uganda about 2 years to get it. And it is deliberate. When they see there's a progress somewhere, they bring in a new phenomena so that you waste time, a process of defining that phenomena. You don't go into actions. You want technology to put food on the table, to stop the people of Buruda from being killed by the landslides. They'll tell you, we have AI. It's very important for you. And when you look at AI, the procurement, the cost of attaining this AI is not easy. And maintenance capacity. And so finally, I think let me just stop there. Thank you very much. I've listened carefully, Professor, and let's touch base. I think, thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we have the other person to ask a question, I will guide on the language. I understand we are very agitated, but swearing, we're streaming this live. We have other audiences that would find this quite offensive. So language, language, language. Asante.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. You reminded me my many years when I struggled with economics and sociology at the University of Nairobi. And we had professors who insulted us the way you tried today, but we never gave up. We never gave up. I think that's why we are here today. I'm glad that you've painted the reality of Africa, what we ought to be working with and talking about, even in the rooms that talk about climate justice. It's a reality that as Africans, we forget and we take another load. So a monkey from, is that bad language? A monkey from the north jumps on an African back and we carry it better than the African monkey or the monkey that was on our back. So for me, and I'm keen, and probably even if you don't do it today, you can think about it. With all these issues, and knowing that we cannot sit back and say we have our issues, because we have to put ourselves in the climate justice conversation and put ourselves with the African thinking, especially what you've painted. Now, with all these issues, what's your recommendation? So that we go in with our monkey, ensure the northern monkey does not jump on us, And we talk climate justice as a solution to solving these monkeys that we have. So if we talk about finance, if we talk about climate investment, if we talk about climate business, it should be leading us to employment. If we talk about exchange, we should be telling them that we will only buy your products if there's evidence that there is business, human rights is considered, and you're bringing the technology, so that our negotiation goes to another level. So I'd be very happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. And last question from this side. Let's cross the ocean now. Let's cross the ocean. Yeah, 3, and then Prof, you respond to that. Friends, we're trying to make sure that we have lunch in time and return.
Thank you, Professor.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. My name is Amanjoro William. I'm coming all the way from Germany. When people say truth are bitter or truth is bitter, it's what you gave us. The summary of your presentation is that the truth is difficult to take.
Yep.
2 things from your presentation. When you talk about Africa, is it a problem of leadership deficiency in Africa? Because these are realities that we know. These leaders travel across the world. They just don't hear these things, but they see it. Then number 2 of that first question, if it's not the issue of leadership deficiency, could it be the impact of the globally agreed geopolitics? Then my second concern is when you raise the issue of land, is it a challenge of lack of land or a question of land use and land management in Uganda? Mm-hmm. You can have for example, let me give you a life example. Our brothers and sisters who put on the military attire, so a single person has like around 5 kilometer square piece of land. And what do we speak about that? So I think we need to dwell deeper when we are talking about issues of land. Is it land use or land management? Because like where I'm coming from, even in Germany, an individual has over 10 kilometer square piece of land. What do you do with this kind of individuals? Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are insightful questions. There is a lady there, and okay, the 2 ladies, yes.
Thank you so much, Professor. The presentation is really commendable. Thank you so much. My name is Maureen Twichirize. I am the founder of Climate Impact Initiative Uganda, and I am really impressed by the Kiswahili, uzuri wa kintu kwa nje, si usalama wa ndani. Perfect. So, my question is, how can we navigate the 2 complexities to achieve that genuine and equitable climate solutions? Like she said, I really would like to hear your recommendations on this. And more so, it's so absurd about the minority tribes, Batwa and the Kalmajong. It's so emotional, so bad. So given the discrepancies on their lands, I would like to hear also your take on the climate justice policies. How can they be shaped to be inclusive and effectively address the needs of those most marginalized groups of people? Thank you so much. Maybe in addition, as the youth in climate change, we are organizing a youth-led dialogue on climate change-induced migration nexus. Please reach out to me and we can give you the details. Thank you so much.
You will reach out to the prof.
So that he annoys them more and more.
You disrupted our thinking. Please, you can stand up for purposes of... Okay. Cameras can actually zoom there. It's okay. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. My name is Betty Ochue. I come from northern Uganda. I have a very simple question. As you have been talking that in our country here, the life of animals are more important than the life of people.
Correct.
That is very, very true, according to where I come from. And according to how we have seen the life in Karamoja, similar to ours. Now, how can we people from the grassroots get justice? Because animal can do anything. And those one having animals are those one, they call themselves general. That's why for me, I also call myself general when I'm in the bush checking our people.
Yes.
Because general means a lot. Me also, I'm a climate general. So, the justice, how can the poor, the widow, get justice from the grassroots? Let me end up here.
Thank you. Let's invite the Prof to respond to this. And, okay, one last one from your former student.
Thank you so much, Professor Julius. You provoked, yeah, but I want to appreciate the candor with which you spoke. I think when we were talking with the team, they said they wanted somebody who can provoke. And I think you really did well in disrupting our conventional thinking. And as many people have said, this is the reality. When we're talking about climate justice, we're not just talking about nationally here. There's a big horse the international political agenda holds in terms of climate justice discourse. But Professor, I want to ask a question on one thing, which, so that it is clear, it is not misunderstood, around evidence. The evidence that you provided, you seem to be trivializing it. You said only 8 inches of sea rise. Professor, that might appear small in terms of how big the ocean waters are. But if I put 0.1% of poison in your tea, would you take it? Of poison.
Because you said 0.08 over a decade.
But the point I'm making is that how do you quantify or qualify the size of the change and the impact it has? For example, what change in environment, in temperature would be necessary to accommodate or to provide a breeding ground for mosquitoes in areas where they haven't done? I think it is important to note that. And as I said in my layman's language, that, 0.1% of your tea being poison is suicidal. So it's important for you to provide that context that even when this rise is appearing as negligible, it might actually contribute to a bigger effect than we can imagine. But nonetheless, I appreciate your candid conversation of shaking our thinking and going to the roots of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor, you can respond to that. But the very first question that came in from Andugu there was, where does your research end? And the climate change policy, how do we balance your data and the climate policies in our land?
For these interesting questions, by the way, I didn't remind some of you, I'm a student by profession. Even by posing these questions, you are helping me to grow. And so allow me to make responses just because it facilitates my learning process. And I also want to remind you that I was permitted to make a public display of my ignorance because there are experts here who should educate me on this subject. Now, on the question of, is it okay if I stand? Yeah. When I sit, nobody... Where is the bridge between my research and the policy world? Very important question. I want to let you know that traditionally, academia are not obliged to speak to the policy practitioners. But that is actually a mistake. It's a mistake because you have a concentration of knowledge power and you keep it to yourselves in the academy, and then there are people struggling, looking for solutions, and they are struggling with ignorance, but they must take decisions. So, but this idea of bridging research and policy is something we all have to work upon. Unfortunately, here I'm speaking mainly civil society. That is your job. It is your job to do data simplification. It is your job to do infographics. It is your job to be able to communicate. There is an NGO whose name I forget. They used to simplify messages on corruption. Not just in terms of figures, because when you mention billions of money, trillions, which, Anita, is it the speaker? It doesn't make sense to the peasant. But if you say this money would have built 5 hospitals in Ajumani, then it makes sense to the ordinary person. So that data simplification is your job, my friend. For us, we come in, and how do I communicate to policy? All my classes, all the workshops I attend are full of intelligence officers of the state. This I can tell you for a fact. These intelligence officers are welcome to my class because I want them to be intelligent. So intelligence is what I give them. I want them to be intelligent, and they inform the state. That's how I bridge my research to the state. But I also want to share some unofficial secrets. Yes, please. If you allowed me to blow my own horn, I would say yes. But I want you to appreciate that the channel of knowledge translation from me or the people I work with in the academy to the policy practitioner, that channel is not always direct. I'll give you an example. In the early 1990s, the head of state was pushing for privatization. I'm one of the few, I want to confess, one of the few who said, Your Excellency, you have erred. You cannot privatize all public enterprises, including Umeme, Uganda Commercial Bank, all these public assets. This is a huge mistake. I am a student of development. No country has ever progressed that way. Guess what? The president said we have a Kipingamizi in Makerere. That was the early 90s. Today he has said, yes, these are good ideas. I can tell you he has said we are not renewing the Umeme contract. I have been passionate about industrial policy. In 1990s, the president said, this man, who is this contradicting the global conversation? Today he says, that man has advised me better than some of my paid advisors. So the channel of translation exists, but it's not always direct. The state is so powerful, it is full of spies everywhere I go, including the tea places. People are listening in. And those channels of knowledge translation from research community to out there work. Actually, the most effective policies I have contributed to are those where I have worked with the Economic Policy Research Center. And guess what? One time, these friends of mine went to Kithi Mwakanizi to present work on how to improve delivery of medicines, drugs. So money used to move from Ministry of Finance to Ministry of Health, take a couple of months, then to national medical stores for procurement. I was part of the team which did the research. And we said, look, you don't have to give the money to Minister of Health if national medical stores is doing procurement. Send them the money, give a note to the ministry for supervision purposes, and have the medicines delivered quickly, in real time. And this happened. It is our research, I want to say. So the channels of influence do exist. My knowledge does not end in the lecture theater. It actually gets absorbed. Not all of it. The president may take 60% of my ideas on industrial policy. For me, I'm happy. I'm happier today than I was in the 1990s. Because some of you have never been singled out by the fountain of honor. It doesn't feel comfortable. It doesn't. And sometimes he sends them and says, look, you would be Minister of Finance, but you're too critical. Now, that doesn't feel very comfortable coming from the fountain. But truth is that some of us are citizens, and because we are citizens, we said we shall make a humble contribution to make our country much better. Okay, on this question of the climate technology, I appreciate. This is a great thing. We need climate technology, and we need to be able to do research on climate smart energies. We need to be able, and now speaking to the colleague who said, what are your recommendations? This Ndugu from Kenya. He said, what are your recommendations? Can I flash this? Can I? Who is helping me to flash? Hello? My friends, now the digital generation is now on WhatsApp and music. Kindly. I want to leave this PowerPoint behind because ignorance shared is ignorance half resolved. These are the recommendations I outlined. The title of my recommendations is in Swahili. Dawa ya moto ni moto. Ama sivyo? The remedy for fire is fire. If the global north is polluting most our global ecosystems, they must be caused to pay or keep quiet. They have done certain things to become rich and strong and powerful. They are telling us, stay green. Who are you to tell me to leave my oil underground when you're not financing my budget? Can you tell me a more useful investment that you are supporting? We have solar here, 12 hours. We have wind. Can you invest in my solar farms so I leave the oil underground? But if I'm having issues with funding my budget over anti-homosexuality legislation, then please allow me to manage my space. And we have to be firm. Dawa ya moto ni moto. Number two, I have said, we have to reject the do as I say, not as I do doctrine. You are telling me to do as you are saying now, after you've become rich. You don't know what it means to be poor. You don't know what it means to have 67% of our children unemployed. You don't know what it means to have infrastructure deficits and energy deficits. You don't know what it means to have our children schooling without learning. And that's what's happening here. Yes, it is a leadership deficit. There's a leadership deficiency, but there's also the financing gap. So I am recommending that this gospel of do as I say, not as I do, must be rejected. Number three, push for fair climate justice fund. Let the pollutants contribute a big chunk. But don't fold hands, because the donors are not charity houses. They are projections of power, of sovereign power. So as you push them to give you money, please put aside our own, because we cannot fold hands and say donors have not given us funds. I have also proposed, very importantly as an academic, that we need to forge close partnerships between government, universities, and industry. These government, university, industry partnerships are very important for financing research that is appropriate for our policy needs. So knowledge uptake becomes higher when government is funding, industries are on board, and academics are part of the equation, rather than us producing research independent of government. When these partnerships happen, then the uptake of knowledge is higher. Because government will say, I'm the one who funded you, so sure. And industry will say, look, you did that much research, we need this little for commercialization. But that's not all. I'm also saying we need to revive grassroots institutions. When the NRM came to office, they killed the Mutongole chief. The Mutongole chief was extremely important in the community, not just for village sanitation, but village bylaws. There are trees in my village which you could never cut, because they are deemed to be spiritual trees. But what was behind the spiritual trees ideology? Protect the environment. Because some of these trees are actually preserving our environment. Some of them are sources of drugs and herbicides. Some are ecosystems for our birds and animals. But we use the mythology of you cannot cut this because if you do, you'll die. Why don't we revive these grassroots institutions? How about the district ordinances? How about the lower local government bylaws? These are things we must revisit. And very finally, I am saying, to the extent that the majority of our people are still in farming, we need to be able to promote digital agriculture. Use data science to be able to monitor pests and diseases, and to be able to monitor in real time, so that our farmers graduate from peasant farming to high-tech farming. And of course, this is just a hint. It doesn't summarize all the things. We also need smart cities. You and I can contribute in our lifetime to smart cities to be able to have a city that creates a livable environment with good infrastructure, green infrastructure. But we can't do that with motorcycles populating our urban spaces. We can't do it with taxis. We need the standard gauge railway line. We need railways, not motorcycles. I want to repeat, I've said this bitter message to the top elites in this country. They are not happy with me. But the message gradually sinks. As I said, sijaji hapa kutafuta mchumba. Hapa ni kazi. Okay, now, Madam, is it Betty Ochoa has said, animal rights are privileged over human rights. Unfortunately, this is true. Unfortunately, the elephants in Kasese and in northern Uganda can destroy your crops. They can do something to your crops to damage your investment, but you are not allowed to do anything. And this issue you're raising is very important. I think what we need to do is to revise the land rights of these animals. Reduce, yes, I'm serious. We have to revise their land rights and restrict them. We don't need 1,000 elephants in Uganda for foreigners called tourists. Even if you say they are for our own research, we don't need 2,000. We can restrict the numbers and observe their population, their multiplication. Why? Because we have to create land for citizens. But at the same time, I'm a student of industrial policy. I propose that if we transform the economy into an industrial economy, doing manufacturing, not just assembling. The current government is doing assembling, sometimes of imported textiles in Mbale, and they say we are doing manufacturing. I have been brutally honest with the head of state and other friends of mine. There is a big difference between assembling and manufacturing. Your taxpayers' money sent me to study in Australia, in America, in Canada, in Europe. I bring back the knowledge. That's my job. It's okay if you don't appoint me minister. But the point is, can we make our country better? If we transform our economy into an industrial economy, then we relieve pressure on the land. That means we need fewer people on the land. So all successful countries did land reforms. And that reorganization involved exporting labor from the rural into the formal sector in industry, in the knowledge economy. It means we can depend on fewer farmers. Today, we have so many people pretending to be farming when they are actually unemployed. Now, that leads me to the question of land inequality. My friends, the people holding huge chunks of land are you and I, and our judges. You know them. And our mamas. You know them, don't you? I don't want to mention, no details. Why are the rich in the formal sector investing in land? By the way, I also own land. Why? About how many acres? I am one of the richest. If land ownership is the measure, I leased a lot of land, a lot. Like the Balalo, I don't mention the number of my cows. I'm not like Anite. Fortunately, I have not handled public funds, so you can't condemn me, but I leased land and I grow trees. I grow trees. Because I grow trees on leased land, 49 years, leased land, I had to get a chunk. But why do we, the elite, go to the land when we should leave the rural people? It is because we are insecure in the formal space. When you reach retirement, as some of my students are, then you say, where am I going? The state does not look after you in your retirement, save for about 10 years. That means you have to think of alternatives. If the state looked after you in your retirement, as the state does in advanced countries, why should you own huge chunks? There's no need. And fundamentally, the main problem of land inequality and huge chunks is not the chunk of land you own. It is owning it for luxurious consumption. If you own land, as big people, some big people I know, own huge chunks, square miles, and you develop it, that's okay. You create opportunities, you create wealth. But you should move beyond that and link your farming to industry. That will be very great. But if you own square miles just for security, that's the problem we should address in the policy space. Okay, now I think finally, Maureen, how do we navigate the question of the Batwa and the Karamojong? How do we devise inclusive climate change policies for the Batwa? My friends, the Batwa are citizens of this country. The Karamojong are our citizens. The Banyoro are our citizens. It is our duty to manage the transition if you want to protect a certain area where these citizens of ours have been living. It is your duty and mine to skill them, give them livelihood opportunities. Don't train them in hairdressing. That is idiotic. Don't train them in tailoring. I've had people spending the presidential money on tailoring. Hello? China is sending us ready-made textiles. Whose clothes are these tailors handling? Whose clothes? You are saying they are doing hairdressing. I am told, and you can question my source of evidence, I am told that today these beautiful girls carrying artificial hair, 7 out of 10 are carrying hair which was manufactured, ready-made. They just put it on here. So you are doing hairdressing to address whose hair? We are doing useless things and pretending that we are governing. The skilling of the 21st century citizen requires digital skills. We require smart skills. We require skills in civil engineering, in housing. How can we live? Just a stone's throw. People living in ramshackle houses. Why wouldn't we train our graduates, our youth, to build houses? Our children are studying under mango trees in Chibuku, headquarters of poverty. In Busoga, headquarters of poverty. Can't we train our children to build schools? Hello? Yes, I've spoken like a Mchiga because I have a Kabalega DNA in me. Okay. If you are not sufficiently annoyed, please invite me next time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pass a motion. Though I'm not the head of state, those who believe that Professor Julius can be such a great resource to a country say aye. And the ayes have it. Round of applause again to Professor. Professor, what you didn't respond to was, I think it came from her. There is a youthful symposium coming, and she had requested that you avail yourself on that day. For purposes of records as a moderator, I want this to go on record, and you come and you respond to that as well.
My sister, I will not just make myself available, but I have an army of youth because I am growing old. So I want these young people, some of them are here. I encourage them to come. Please create opportunities for us, we shall be there. So I don't want to pretend as I grow old that I am the only expert who can discuss these things. That's why I want young people to come along.
It's 2 p.m., but you know when you're getting knowledge, sometimes you don't even feel hungry. Cindy, we're just going to have 2 more speakers, and then we shall break for lunch. I'm going to invite from Pelham, Uganda, Mr. Eric Chizito to give us a presentation, and later we shall have a launch of the loss and the damage report. Please pay attention to this report because it's going to give you much more of the context of what this is all about. And after him, we shall have the head of programs and fundraising from ActionAid. My dear friend Masem Duro will equally be coming. And then we shall have a few questions, and then we'll go for lunch. Let's welcome Eric Chizito from Pelham to give us the loss and the damage report. You can stay there.
Because I'm a student by profession, okay. I request to sit.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay, Pelami is making a few adjustments there. We shall have this after we have lunch. He cannot present this before we evoke SDG2. So we shall have that after SDG2 is revoked. Allow me to invite Mase Muduro to give us a brief highlight of the Fund of Our Future campaign, and the launch will then follow. Let's welcome Mase Muduro to come and give us this presentation. Clap for her, she makes the way, people. I know most of you are quite much more intimate and very sensitive about the conversations we are having, but the more disruptive they are, the more we get informed. Those of you who travel from all the way from a country to come to the city center, these conversations are pertinent. Like the gentleman who came from Ajuman, the questions he's asking are very crucial. And it's because of the insecurity after public service. I talked to my father when I was constructing my house, and he told me, I want to visit your home. And he said, this house is big. I said, yes, we live large in our generation. I'm speaking this as Masi is getting closer. He told me that, how many children do you have? I said, Pap, I have 2 children and I'm done giving birth. He said, and then what becomes of this house? It's at that moment that he told me that our generation loves to have quite a lot. Yet when we grow old, we are lonely in those big homes. The same thing happens to land. You can own square miles and square miles of land, but if you don't allow the community to till the land, if you don't allow the community to develop the land, comrade, we all are buried by 4x6. Think about it. You have square miles and square miles of land and you're not using it. And this has been prompted by the comrade from Ajuman saying that we own so much chunks of land and yet we don't use it. We had the Balisa question. The Balisa question. How we're running it as a country and how the media, we reported it. It was a little sentimental. It was not addressing the issue of this. So while we're discussing all these conversations about climate justice, I want us to reflect so heavily about what this is going to have upon us when we retire. Mase Muduro, is Mase ready? Okay, let's welcome Mase for the very last time as she makes her way here. Let's clap for her. Come on, people, it's an action week. You're welcome, Mase.
Our invited guests, of course, my friend Shama girl, I greet you. I know we have disagreements about so many things. I would like to acknowledge our country directors present from Zimbabwe and Kenya, the country director of ActionAid International Uganda, our keynote speaker, all the government officials present, all the frontliners, our partners, and the brave activists who are here. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What do we want? We do not have the morale that we had in the rain. I don't know if the rain washed our morale away. So let's stand up. Let us all stand. So when I say, what do we want? Then you'll say, climate justice. And when I ask, when do we want it? What is the answer? And then when I say agroecology, you say, is the future. When I say renewable energy, you say, it's the future, okay? What do we want? Let's do some action. What would show that we're in solidarity with frontline communities? Our hands, right? Okay, so let's go. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? Agroecology? When I say agroecology, you say it's the future, right? Agroecology? Agroecology? Renewable energy? Renewable energy? Fund our future? Fund our future? Fund our future? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? Ra. I see people from Makerere University here giving us energy. So thank you for also giving me energy. Okay. So just before I speak about the Fund Our Future campaign, I would like to recognize our frontline communities that are here. If you're coming from outside Kampala to represent frontline communities, can you please stand? From West Nile, from Western Uganda, from Northern Uganda, Eastern Uganda, from the Central. We welcome you, we recognize you, we see you, and power to you. That is very important for me in this moment because the conversations we're having today are about our communities. They're about our future, but they also recognize that whereas the issues around climate justice cut across, that we have communities that are more vulnerable and that we recognize them, that we hear them, that we stand in solidarity with them. And that is why we're here. So thank you for your bravery. We know that it does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. It has cost some of you your freedom. It has cost you your livelihoods. It costs you your safety. And we do recognize those efforts. And we're really glad that you continue to put up a very brave fight to preserve our environment. So I want to thank you. And I know that the women, the young people who are some of the most marginalized sections of our society are here as well. We recognize you and we thank you very much for your bravery. So I would like to speak about the Fund Our Future campaign, and I'm not going to take very long doing that. I think the entire week we've been speaking about the Climate Justice Week of Action and why it's very important for us. Last year, when we went to COP28, I remember that the headlines here in Uganda were about how many delegates had gone to COP, who financed them, how much money could have gone into supporting people to go to Dubai, and how much people were shopping in Dubai, and what was going on in Dubai. Not many people actually paid attention to why that space was important. And not many people could link the discussions that were happening at the global level to the realities in our communities. We're having this conversation at a very crucial time when climate change is becoming a reality more and more. Perhaps the extent to which it is ravaging our community is more now, and finally we can accept that we are part of this problem, but we are also part of the solution. The recent floods that have happened here in Uganda, in Kenya, and across Africa have woken us up to the reality of climate change. Before this, we used to assume that these are global issues, that they do not concern us, that they are crafted by the Western world, and therefore we are not connected to those conversations. And having this Climate Justice Week of Action was an opportunity for us to localize those discussions, for us to see how this links to who we are and the events that are happening around us, around the climate crisis. Last year, ActionAid International did a research and published a report called Fund Our Future. And this was specific to the realities of all of us. and the realities of climate change. And it was launched here in our neighborhood in Kenya, and I'm very glad that Susan is here. We recognize as ActionAid that not everything contributes the same to the crisis we're enduring today. And in this report, one of the key findings was that fossil fuels and industrial agriculture are the greatest contributions to the current crisis we are experiencing today. And that we cannot discuss a crisis without talking about money. Because when a crisis happens, definitely there are things that happen. People lose something. Something is destroyed. People are negatively impacted. And whereas we all collectively acknowledge that the climate crisis is ravaging our world, there's not enough money that is being committed towards the solutions. We talk about the impact, but not the solutions. The monies that are making their way from corporations and from different spaces are going towards the wrong things, as was shared here before. That the monies that we see supposedly committed towards solutions in our world are actually going towards funding what is destroying our world even more. As Africa, we are hosting some of the biggest projects that are destroying our environment. Most of these are what we clothe as investments. So they are investments in large-scale fossil projects. There are very many industries that have been established across Africa doing large-scale production, and at the same time, the emissions out of these practices further hurt our world, and the impacts are now more obvious than ever before. And so for us, the Fund the Future report was an eye-opening opportunity that we need to start having conversations about where money goes or where money should go. And we propose two things: that instead of funding fossil fuels, we should commit those resources to renewable energy. And that, in fact, if we invest in renewable energy, it will take us closer to our collective goal by 2050. And that instead of funding industrial agriculture, we should commit this money to agroecology, because we have seen it work. We've seen community-led solutions that have actually built the resilience of some of the most vulnerable communities. Today, we're sharing this space with some of the farmers, including from the humanitarian space, who are practicing agroecology, and we have seen this work. We have seen them incorporate aspects of crops that communities usually depend on or rely on, even just for feeding at that level. And if you go to our agroecology center in West Nile and maybe in eastern Uganda, you'll find that whereas it is the same practice, it is customized to community practices as well. They incorporate their, indigenous knowledge into how they practice agroecology. And for us, it is not about, launching a campaign and calling out the wrong, but also offering solutions that we ourselves have tested. So when we talk about agroecology, we're not talking about something that we picked off the internet. We can actually point you to a community in northern Uganda that is practicing agroecology, and it is benefiting the communities, and that it is improving their livelihoods, and that it is also strengthening the food systems in that area. So we are able to point at evidence to show that this actually works. And how does that relate to some of the conversations we're having today? That we are calling upon our government to invest in agroecology, to support those smallholder farmers, and ensure that, this becomes something that finds its way into our policy, but also that we're putting money into this and we popularize it all across the country, especially when we are faced with realities like we are today. That we need to continue to pilot initiatives that will move us away from fossils. We'll start small, but we'll get there. But also we recognize that issues of energy access are still very complex in our world today. I come from West Nile, and I need to say that we are not connected to the national grid. I have to mention that West Nile is the only region in Uganda that is not connected to the national grid. And you know what that means for communities. You know what that means for livelihoods. You know what that means for the health sector, for security, and all of this. So even while we're having conversations about energy, we must remember that in terms of access, there are communities that completely do not have access. And we're talking about a region that is host to half the population of refugees that Uganda is hosting. We're hosting 1.6 million refugees, but half that number is seated in West Nile. Of that 50%, at least we know that a significant proportion, up to 70%, are women, children, and young people. And so even while we're having these conversations and we're talking about social justice, I need us to remember that the transition we're pushing for has to be just and has to recognize those kinds of vulnerabilities. And so as I stand here today, I stand to ask that you join ActionAid in solidarity to run the Fund Our Future campaign, presenting evidence of what is happening in your community and calling for action. This action is not only for our government, it's also for the globe. It is for the countries that contribute the most to the emissions. We do the least, but we bear the brunt. And so every time we go into regional spaces, into international spaces, we go to say that it's not enough that you contribute the most to the current crisis. We want you to put money. Not just put money, we want this money to find its way to the communities most affected by climate change. Because people are mentioning big amounts at COP. But at what point does this money channel to a community that is submerged in eastern Uganda? And that is why localizing these conversations becomes very important for us, because we want communities to understand that at whatever level conversations on climate finance are happening, we recognize their struggles and we want to advance the cause of climate justice, but putting them at the forefront of these struggles. And so together, I would like to invite you to follow the Fund Our Future campaign on social media, and also in present spaces like the one we're having in today, where we're having conversations with policymakers to find mechanisms of having financing embedded in our budgeting system, that we become more serious about helping our communities build resilience. Obviously, we know that we may not do so much to stop these disasters from happening, but we can do something about preparing our communities. Each of our communities has their traditional way with which they withstand the shocks and stresses. If you go to any community in this country, they'll tell you what they do, even with the changing weather patterns. They'll tell you mechanisms traditionally they used to cope with the impact of climate change. Why don't we invest in understanding this and taking advantage of that kind of knowledge to build community resilience to climate change? Meaning that even while we say we will use scientific knowledge to tell the patterns, we should also add a layer of, this indigenous knowledge and use this to help our communities become more resilient. So we ask you to join us in calling for stakeholders who are responsible for financing different projects in the world to channel those monies towards addressing the current crisis we're in. They should be funding solutions. They should be recognizing that their actions are costing the vulnerable communities. I thank you.
So let's clap for Mercy again. Mr. Xavier, Mercy and I have had very many conversations for the last decade, and we disagree on a couple of fronts, but for this, I pledge to be a part of this because it's community-based. So you need to join ActionAid in the different platforms and in your communities. And I can gladly say I'll get you some airtime on NTV that we can have this conversation. Friends, we're going to have lunch, but she hinted on something very crucial about agroecology. I believe in agroecology. My wife practices agroecology. And we have the focal person from agroecology in the Ministry of Agriculture. He's here. Let me request him to stand. Sir Bob George, just wave to us, and you understand that we have the government here with us. Sir Bob George, tomorrow he'll be part of the panel, but let him, clap for him, gentlemen. If you're practicing agroecology in this country, your paper will end on his desk. So we really appreciate government, and thank you so much for believing in such conversations. We just can't wait to tap on your knowledge tomorrow. We are going to evoke SDG 2 downstairs. We are going to have lunch. This lunch is going to be a maximum of 45 minutes. Friends, we don't have time, and we have 2 pending presentations in the afternoon. I request that please, after lunch, you come back and we have more of this conversation. I can assure you, if we get done in 45 minutes, we'll be leaving this place at least by 5 p.m. max, or 4 p.m. So let's go have lunch. And as we are going to have lunch, I can assure you this place is very safe. Everywhere it is very safe, as long as you carry your gadgets with you, especially laptops and phones. Times are hard, and I can only be sure that this place will be safe as and when you're next to your gadget. So we're going to slope downstairs. We shall have our lunch in 45 minutes, and you'll see our teams coming to you, reminding you to come back upstairs. Please, I request that you return and you have more of this conversation. Enjoy your lunch. So while we're getting our coupons, please don't go downstairs before you get the coupon. We are at Makerere. Without a coupon, there is no lunch. Okay? And we want to appreciate our key partners that have actually made it here today. The government of Uganda, Sir Bob George, and other commissioners, president, directors. We want to appreciate you, those from the civil society organizations, those from our key partners. We have Vijana Corps that is streaming this conversation live. We have Kota, we have Pelham, we have Mepro, and many more who are here. Please and please, we are so much gratified that you're here with us, and we pledge to still be with you till tomorrow. Let's enjoy that lunch.
We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bared, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district. We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bared, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district.
Climate change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. the district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongino, we have the floods when it rains. And also, you also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on. And it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts, like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate change changes where the rain falls. It comes any times, but it comes very hard. A lot of water, flooding areas.
Climate change, the difference of long ago and nowadays. Water is coming, a lot of water is coming, and getting people cultivated food where the flood is going to be now happen.
Those years before and the current years. Those days they used to have the swamps. You know the swamps, water used to go to the swamps. And people never disturbed. And even trees were also there, but nowadays trees are
Climate change always it changes. When too much rains come, it affects a lot of gardens. Floods attacks. Now as we are talking, it has affected a lot of gardens there. There is no too much rain. It will cause the drought will take a long time. So that's how the climate changes.
Itself, it needs to come closer to the community to synthesize the same issue of climate change.
Join us for a solidarity march on 16th May and a Climate Justice Symposium. This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Kilo peko matung tung, mirachel eturu ndibadano, neku champa dano, pi maleng madano makuti kuru de berupe, suruni badano sheke nungu, pinyo to pin mange mapolo makukondane kaso.
Karande wangi sha sheke village angweno gama ai.
pong awuok kinde misawa apar ariyo ma ng'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'e bindie wuo nong'o romo nego wako di ot kuda wiya weng.
Yore mako wakwa kudu tek pi kelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwa madu de wa madu pi madong manong'o shiet dong'o mol iwa endong.
Tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria. Ko bang' sawa nyoke ko bang' nindo wabed ka treating malaria.
Oro water, mano ga metoro classroom de gitie a level ma pie ru pong pa ka da wan ku ka mu de ka dum school ni ba ma pie no pong ete mo nyot man e ga mene ko awiya mangede school ni aka woni gitingo school ni ke wode ti ka biru moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
And these days it is very complicated, that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes the drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
We started by buying plastic from the community. We all know the dangers of plastics and polythene paper when it comes to climate.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant, and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees, like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves. It is nice. Talk of mahogany. These trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties. We have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of, destruction. Young people are very willing to support, but have we taken much course to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
Is the answer. Ecology is the answer. Renewable energy is the answer. When do you want it? Now. When do you want it? Now. Climate justice. Yes. Climate justice is the answer. Climate justice is the answer.
A lot of problems this time when this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. Itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come this side. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, power, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. One, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here. You could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bared, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district.
Climate change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongino, we have the floods when it rains. And also, you also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on, and it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate change changes where the rain falls. Comes in any times, but it comes very hard. A lot of water, flooding areas.
To climate change, the difference of long ago and nowadays. Water is coming. A lot of water is coming, and getting people cultivated food where the flood is going to be now happen.
Those years before and the current years. Those days they used to have the swamps. You know the swamps, water used to go to the swamps, and people never disturb them. And even trees were also there, but nowadays trees are
Climate change always it changes. When too much rains come, it affects a lot of gardens. Floods attacks. Now as we are talking, it has affected a lot of gardens there. There is no too much rain. It will cause the drought will take a long time. So that's how the climate changes.
Itself, it needs to come closer to the community to synthesize the same issue of climate change.
Join us for a solidarity march on 16th May and a climate justice symposium. This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Elu ka pong, ekelo peko matung tung. Mira shell etoro udibadano, neku champa dano, pi maleng madano makuti kudu de beru pe, suroni badano sheke nungu, pinyo to pin mange mapolo makukondane pasho.
Darande wanu sha sheke village angweno gama ai.
Pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo mang'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'e bindie wuo nong'o romo nekwa kodi ot kuda wiya weng.
Yore mako wakwa kudu tek pikelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwa madu de wa madu pi madong manongo shed dongo mol iwa endong.
Tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria. Ko bang sawa nyoke ko bang nindo wabed ka treating malaria.
Oro water, manika metoro classroom legi tiye a level mapiye rupong yopong pako kada wan kuka muje kati dum school ni ba mapiye rupong ete monyot man ega meneko awiya mangede school ni akawoni kitingo school ni ke wode tika biru moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
And these days it is very complicated, that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
We started by buying plastic from the community. We all know the dangers of plastics and polythene paper when it comes to climate.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves. It is nice. Talk of mahogany. These trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties. We have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of, destruction. Young people are very willing to support. But have we taken much course to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
lot of problems this time when this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. Itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come this side. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, power, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Have pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. One, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here. You could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bare, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district.
Climate change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongino, we have the floods when it rains. And also, you also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on, and it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate change changes where the rain falls. Comes in any times, but it comes very hard. A lot of water, flooding areas.
To climate change, the difference of long ago and nowadays. Water is coming. A lot of water is coming, and getting people cultivated food where the flood is going to be now happen.
Those years before and the current years. Those days they used to have the swamps. You know the swamps, water used to go to the swamps. And people never disturbed them. And even the trees were also there, but nowadays trees are being
garbage dumping on swamps.
Climate change always it changes. When too much rains come, it affects a lot of gardens. Floods attacks. Now as we are talking, it has affected a lot of gardens there. There is no too much rain. It will cause the drought will take a long time. So that's how the climate changes.
Itself, it needs to come closer to the community to synthesize the same issue of climate change.
Join us for a solidarity march on 16th May and a climate justice symposium. This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Eluka upong, ekelo peko matong, mirachel etoro udibadano, eneku champa dano, pi maleng madano makutiko de beru pe, suroni badano sheke nungu, pinyo to kupin mangay mapolo makukondane pasho.
Karande wanu sha sheke vile jangweno gama ai.
Pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo mang'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'e bindie wuo nong'o romo nekwa kodi ot kuda wiya weng.
Yore makwa kudu tek pi kelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwa madu de wa madu pi madong manong'o shiet dong'o mol iwa endong.
Tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria. Ko bang sawa nyoke ko bang nindo wabed ka treating malaria.
Oro water, managa metoro classroom de gitie a level mapie pong pako kada wan ku mu de chabi dum school ni ba mapie pong ete munyot man ega mene ko awiya mangede school ni aka woni giting school ni ke wode tika bidu moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
And these days it is very complicated, that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
We started by buying plastic from the community. We all know the dangers of plastics and polythene paper when it comes to climate.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant, and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees, like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves. It is nice. Talk of mahogany. These trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties. We have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of, distraction. Young people are very willing to support, but have we taken much cause to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. As itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come this side. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. One, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here. You could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bare, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district.
Climate change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongino, we have the floods when it rains. And also, we also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on, and it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate change changes where the rain falls. It comes in any times, but it comes in very hard. A lot of water, flooding areas.
To climate change, the difference of long ago and nowadays. Water is coming, a lot of water is coming, and getting people cultivated food where the flood is going to be now happen.
Those years before and the current years. Those days they used to have the swamps. You know the swamps, water used to go to the swamps, and people never disturbed them. And even the trees were also there, but nowadays trees are
Climate change always it changes. When too much rains come, it affects a lot of gardens. Floods attacks. Now as we are talking, it has affected a lot of gardens there. There is no too much rain. It will cause the drought will take a long time. So that's how the climate changes.
Itself, it needs to come closer to the community to synthesize the same issue of climate change.
Join us for a solidarity march on 16th May and a Climate Justice Symposium. This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Eluka upong, ekelo peko matong, mirachel etoro udibadano, eneku champa dano, pi maleng madano makutiko de beru pe, suroni badano sheke nungu, pinyo to pin mange mapolo makupondane kaso. Karande wanu cha sheke village angweno gamo ai.
Pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo mang'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'e bindie wuo nong'o romo nekwa kodi ot kuda wiya weng.
Yore mako wakwa kudu tek pi kelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwa madu de wa madu pi madong manong'o shed dong'o mol iwa endong.
Tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria. Ko bang sawa nyoke ko bang nindo wabed ka treating malaria.
Oro water, manega metoro classroom de gitie a level mapie lupong pako kada wan ka muje tabu dum school ni ba mapie lupong ete munyot man ega meneko awiya mangede school ni aka woni kiting school ni ke wode tika biru moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
And these days it is very complicated, that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
We started by buying plastic from the community. We all know the dangers of plastics and polythene paper when it comes to climate.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant, and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees, like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves. It is nice. Talk of mahogany. These trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties. We have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of, distraction. Young people are very willing to support, but have we taken much cause to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
We had lunch. High five your neighbor, Kwanzaa. High five your neighbor. It's an action week. It's an action week. My name is still Andrew Chamagero, and we're going into another session. So we had lunch, and let's clap for Action Aid for making this happen, and the partners. Let's clap for Action Aid for a great meal we have had. The conversation started in the morning. If you're following online, we want to welcome you back again. We're streaming live this conversation at Vijana Corp. So the conversation is not only in this room, and please note those tweeting out here, the hashtag is Climate Justice Week. UG. Please tweet about it that we can be in position to find you. Farmers, CSOs, NGOs, government representatives, departmental heads, not forgetting the UN family. If we have any of those in the next segment, I will request that you will stand up and at least wave to us, that we get to know that you're here with us. We are starting off with Pelham, a presentation and later launch of the loss and the damage report. Again, let me welcome Eric Chizito to take us through this report. Let's welcome Eric.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Chizito. I work for Pelham Uganda as a program manager, agriculture and sustainable natural resources management. Kindly, can I have the presentation projected? Okay. So I'll begin my presentation talking about what Pelham is. Pelham Uganda is part of the Pelham Association, and this is a regional network of over 314 civil society organizations that is in East and Central Africa, and the country chapters are those. And we work to improve the lives of small-scale farmers and the sustainability of farming communities through promoting agroecology and sustainable use of natural resources. We have a membership of 72 civil society organizations countrywide, and we have presences in 122 districts across Uganda. We reach over 3 million smallholder farmers, of those 60% are women. That is our vision and mission. I'll not go into it. Our identity, we are a network of stakeholders acting together to promote agroecology among smallholder farming communities in Uganda. That is the scope of our membership across Uganda. And that is the coverage we're talking about in Uganda. So through our partnership and strategic engagements, we are affiliated to the Ministry of Agriculture, where we have a memorandum of understanding, Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, other ministries and MDIs like Ministry of Finance, NARO, PGRC, Uganda Matters University, that is exactly on the state of agroecology and livelihood systems. Then the Committee on Agriculture, Climate Change, name it. Through the regional bodies and networks that we work with, there's the association, we have the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative, then we have the Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture, then the Youth in Agroecology Learning Track in Africa, and the national level, those are the partners that we work with. I'll specifically go into the nitty-gritties of today when you look at the strategic partnership to loss and damage. In 2023, that was in April, Pelami Uganda went into a partnership with Action Aid International Uganda. And our partnership was basically to support the implementation of SPA 2 loss and damage. And our scope was basically to strengthen community adaptation, response, and resilience through agroecology. The other aspect was looking at awareness raising and community-based mechanism for resilience. And in June, as part of the activities under Outcome Area 1, looking at strengthening community adaptation, response, and resilience, we, in collaboration and with support from Action Aid Uganda, we commissioned a study which was looking at assessing the readiness and institutional arrangements to access climate-induced loss and damage finance in Uganda. As we are aware, we are in an era of loss and damage. And it's no doubt that Uganda is a vulnerable country, whereby you see all the impacts of climate change affecting especially the most vulnerable communities that we are working with. So as a result of that, a study was commissioned, and precisely we wanted to provide an understanding of loss and damage concept and how they relate to the Ugandan context. We had to assess the institutional capacity gaps to address loss and damage finance in Uganda, but also to understand the architecture and modalities for accessing loss and damage funds in Uganda. Then, lastly, to make recommendations on the institutional structures, access modalities, and management that will handle loss and damage financing in Uganda. As you are aware, during the previous COP28, a number of preparations were made by different countries, especially the high developed countries, and where certain amount of money were put aside to pre-finance aspects to do with loss and damage. So as a country in Uganda, we thought it very needing to put or to undertake a study to assess the readiness of the country as far as the institutional aspects were concerned, but also the access modalities on how we can access this finance when it comes into due course. So as part of the deliverables, we have a loss and damage report ready that we are going to present to you this afternoon. Also, we have the MVR, that's the technical advisory note, that is the measurement, verification, and reporting. Then also we developed a policy brief as far as this is concerned. I would like to take this opportunity to invite my colleague, that is Anthony Wolimbwa, to take us through the report precisely. Thank you very much.
Moderator, I hope you've allowed me. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Because Eric invited and I realized there's the chairman of the meeting. Okay, so Eric, thank you so much. You've done the background. I need to access, because I can't be looking like this. Can you help me access? So, colleague, thanks so much. Anthony is my name, Anthony Wolimbwa. The one who pays my salary is called Climate Action Network Uganda. Okay. Yes. I'm an African with a Ugandan passport. I come from Uganda, but I'm an African. Yeah, so thanks so much. Use this? Okay, thanks so much. So Eric did the background that I should have provided. Just allow me to get off something here. Okay, yeah. So Eric did what I should have done. To provide just highlights of the report, the loss and damage report. I'm not going to repeat because, moderator, how much time do I have? 10 minutes, so you can see. So the background is already provided that we are an extremely vulnerable country in terms of climate change related impacts. And we are the least able to respond. We are not doing very well in terms of response. Mr. Semambo, you are most welcome. I had not recognized you. He's my friend from the government. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Semambo. Yeah, and was one of my respondents. So the evidence is there. So don't say I didn't consult you, yes. So therefore, that we are least able to respond, despite the fact that we are suffering the impacts and that the costs keep increasing. The figures keep going up. The cost of adaptation, especially the cost of adaptation is quite high. The more we don't respond, the more it gets. And so the losses and damages due to climate change. So this study, as Eric said, was intended to look at, you can move, you're not moving at the same pace with me. Like this? Yes, sorry, I was using, okay. So this goes forward, this goes backward. Okay, just change the color. I was worried for some of you are not able to see. So, I already given that. And why this study was conducted, if you recall in 2022, those of you who were in Bonn, I think we had a lot of conversation around loss and damage and wanted it to be on the agenda. So good enough, we succeeded in that. And it was put on the agenda at COP27. COP28, there was some good achievement. A fund was announced. Of course, the other part which remains is how to resource that fund. I know there were some pledges up to $790-something or so $million, and a few countries pledged. Now the question is, okay, now that we achieved what we wanted, the loss and damage finance to be put on the agenda, how are countries prepared to receive this money? Because the money can be available, but you are not able to access it. Or if you are able to access it, you have no capacity to use it. So we looked at a few questions. We assessed issues of policy and institutional readiness, capacity status, technology and data availability, risk and vulnerability analysis, and the financial assessment. And of course, it was using a mixed method approach to collect this data. So we did gather some information, some data that we produced a report. And I'll just highlight the findings because the report has the details of these findings. One of the key findings was that we still have gaps in the policy and institutional landscape for managing loss and damage in Uganda because it is still something new. I know there's a lot of advancement in handling the adaptation and mitigation components, but loss and damage because of the challenges at the international level, even at the national level, it has not been able to be institutionalized properly. But I think now there must be some progress going on at the ministry. Then the other challenge, or the other finding that we got was technical capacity in the different institutions. You know, climate change is implemented, climate action is implemented across sectors, across different departments. Mr. Semambo's department is a coordinating institution. This thing keeps, okay, let me leave it. Yes. So there are those technical capacity gaps, issues of methodology and so on. And also the training of officers to be able to address loss and damage. So there are those gaps which exist. It is normal. We need to work on it. Then the other finding was that there was limited finance or the financial instruments to address loss and damage. There are quite a number of them, but for loss and damage, we realized from the study that we still have some limitations. And then lack of a national level vulnerability assessment. At that time, I think right now there's some work going on, but at the time of the study, we didn't have that. Technology and data infrastructure, here we are looking at especially information management. Information management and the MRV system, the monitoring and reporting verification system. Yes, we found there's a system in place, but then it is still under development. Loss and damage has not been well catered for there. The department noted that there was still need to develop the MRV system. Then there's one fundamental problem, a lack of definition of loss and damage finance, both at national level but at international level. Actually, the problem comes from the top, international level, and here at the national level, definition of, first of all, climate finance is a problem, but more specific to loss and damage, finance, the definition has been a challenge because of issues of justice. Who pays who? No one wants to pay the other. So when you try to define it, it becomes a challenge, especially to the global north. Then methodological gaps for identifying loss and damage induced by climate change. It's one of the most difficult subjects for you to find evidence. So the methodology to get this loss and damages is quite difficult. The other day I was at Makerere and we had this discussion on methodological issues. And as I speak, I think they are trying to address issues of methodology. How do you provide evidence that indeed the impact that you're seeing is due to climate change? Can you prove beyond reasonable doubt that if there was flooding in Kampala, it is because of climate change? So issues of methodology are still a challenge. So the study found out that methodological issues are still a big challenge. Yes, so what are the recommendations? So the recommendations are just a few. There are quite a number, but we thought we could look at what is more tangible within our capacities as a country. One of the recommendations is conducting policy and legislative reforms to accommodate loss and damage financing. Here what we mean, there's this act called the PFMA, Public Finance Management Act, for example, does not allow creation of new funds. Yet there has been advocacy around creation of an independent loss and damage fund because of the nature of the impacts of climate change. Things don't wait. The other funds or fund mechanisms may not be able to address the urgency with which we need to deal with the loss and damage. So we need those reforms within the law. I'm sure some of you have been advocating for a climate fund. It has not come through. Why? Because the PFMA does not allow. Instead, what Mr. Semama and his team did was to create a framework within the law to address climate financing instead of creating funds. Then the other recommendation was to strengthen existing institutions and their collaboration towards strengthening the existing institutions and then their collaboration. Because to deal with climate change, it's not CCD, Climate Change Department alone. It is all the government agencies and you, the private sector or the non-state actors, who need to collaborate to provide information, to provide resources, to provide the technology and also the action. So it's not just one entity. So this element of collaboration is extremely important. Then we thought we could also recommend benchmarking the best options for loss and damage fund. There's a repetition there, but the issue is about benchmarking. Where has such a similar thing happened? Can we benchmark from the insurance guys sector? How are they dealing with compensation, for example? Can we learn something from there? Or do we have a country, either in the region or somewhere else, that has done this kind of thing? Then we also recommend, or the study recommended, a capacity needs assessment for loss and damage issues in Uganda. Because capacity is still a big challenge for not only Uganda, for most of the countries around the world. So then we wanted to, the study also further recommends increased investments in anticipatory actions such as integrated and comprehensive database, the MRV system, for example. We needed to prioritize investments in research and knowledge management, mobilizing loss and damage funds through grant-based mechanisms. This is very important for countries like Uganda, because we don't need more loans, especially for loss and damage. Yes, you may access loans to do the other climate actions, but for loss and damage, we think that we need grants. It's not free money. Actually, if I put it in, I missed the professor's presentation, but I'm told he talked about things of those injustices and so on, and the politics within climate change. So in the Global North wants us to go for loans, to go for toxic financing. Here we're saying no. You give us grants. You've refused to pay, isn't it? Because in the real speak of loss and damage, under the polluter pays principle, those who pollute must pay. But somehow we soften the language. We said, okay, let's have some grants or a grant mechanism. Then we need to undertake a national level vulnerability assessment. I'm sure the government, I think, will talk about this. You'll tell us how far you've gone with this. I know today we've been dealing with the indicators and so on, and the dicto maps. Then we need to devise a framework for definition of loss and damage finance to facilitate policy formulation that is supportive. This must be within the context of Uganda, because the challenge with the global, if there's a global definition, sometimes may not necessarily do well for us. So we need that framework definition. Mark the word framework definition, because people have refused to provide us an actual definition of loss and damage. So somehow we can say, okay, what's loss and damage? The context around it. Yes. So, as usual, research recommends another research, isn't it? Yes. So we think that we need to do more advanced studies on the subject of loss and damage, and more specifically, loss and damage finance. This is extremely important if we have to advance the knowledge on loss and damage, general as a concept, but more specifically loss and damage finance, because it is a new subject. I'm sure most of us here may not understand the intricacies around loss and damage related issues. It has been a long way with a lot of denials, a lot of, they keep deferring things and stuff like that. So we need to do a lot of studies, get a lot of evidence to be able to convince ourselves, the national level and the international community, where we are seeking for these funds. So these recommendations, we hope they can play a big part in ensuring that loss and damage is addressed properly, because whatever happens, we need money to address loss and damage issues in Uganda. So thank you very much. You have the details are in the report. My job was very simple, to provide an overview of what is required, what the study is all about. Yeah, so thanks so much, moderator. I hope I didn't eat it so much into your time.
Let's clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. I think you're going to stay, and allow me to invite Eric to come back up here, and I will ask Xavier to equally come up here. Yes, you're going to come up here. In a special way, allow me to welcome Mr. Mehdi Mohammed Semambo, the principal climate change focal person from the ministry. Let's give him a round of applause. He's going to launch this loss and damage report, which actually means a lot to our country. You're welcome, sir, up here. But before you launch it, while Eric was presenting the same time with the expert here, I was much more inclined to know the gender perspective on this. And allow me to invite Sheila here to possibly break it down for us to understand, especially the women. We are gender sensitive, we are aware of the gender agenda, but we need to understand what does the loss and damage mean, especially for the women. Sheila, you're welcome. Let's welcome her. Ladies, come on.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Are women in this room? Where are we? What do we need? What do we want? Are those the voices that are going to address the losses and damages? So we need to raise our voices. What do we need? When do we need? So I just want to thank you so much, my colleagues, Eric and Anthony, and welcome Mr. Semambo, our very good friend. Mr. Semambo is a friend to all of us. He's a friend of government and a friend of CSOs, and he's been behind this work. Thank you so much. So I just want to quickly run through the loss and damage perspective in terms of bringing in the gender dimension. Just for us to understand Anthony's presentation is that loss and damage at COP28 or any other text does not have a very defined kind of, concept in terms of unpacking exactly the contextual issues at global level, but then drawing back home here, what do we mean by loss and damage? For somebody who is coming from the Elgon, from somebody who is coming from Renzori, as far as Karamoja, as far as West Nile, what is loss and damage? And so we are saying that the presentation that Prof made here, and also Anthony, that there are people that are polluting the most. And so we are saying that as a result of their actions elsewhere, the people, the women, are suffering water scarcity, for example. There are floods all over. There are waterborne diseases. There's loss of livelihoods. There's loss of culture and diversity. And we think that somebody needs to pay for that. Don't you think so? Yes, so somebody needs to pay for that. The question is that, do they need to pay after we have lost our lives and livelihoods, or they need to act now? So what is the question? So I think for me the gender dimension here is that as women, we need to be in this conversation, and this conversation should be a transformative conversation. And if we're talking about loss and damage, the indicators or the parameters for measuring loss and damage should be gendered parameters. Am I speaking to somebody? So the gendered parameters need to look at, for example, who is the household head when you are doing a loss and damage assessment. If I have lost my crops and I've lost my animals and my gardens are submerged with water and there's food insecurity, there's malnutrition, starvation at household level, who is most affected? I am talking to all of us. Who is most affected? The women and the children. And therefore, when we're doing such studies, when we're doing such data collection, it's very important than ever to recognize the inequalities that women face. And so the panelists here are going to unpack exactly in real terms. We want to touch, how does loss and damage happen? What are the parameters? What are the tools that are going to be used to measure loss and damage? And how is that process going to be accountable and transparent in the principles of human rights? And so that the women who are most affected are not left out Even when the data is collected, when it comes to compensation, for example, repatriation, the women are not there because you're asking for household heads, and you think that a household head should be a man. I thank you. Over to the panelists.
There are mics there. And I want to thank Sheila. She gave the gender perspective, especially for the women. And this is not something to discuss about in terms of panelists. But I invited you here that you can launch this report before we go to anything else. But again, she has placed it on a very good turf that tomorrow this conversation is going to start. So let me request the team that is here, first of all, to welcome Mr. Semambo to come and give us a word of you, and then he will launch this report, and then we shall proceed. You're welcome, Mr. Semambo. Let's clap for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I found you taking lunch. I hope that it's not lunch which is not making me responding. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semambo Muhammad, and I do work with the Minister of Water and Environment in the Climate Change Department. I'm happy to be here, and most likely also, as you'll be hearing from my a few remarks, I may not say that I'm the main guest on this subject, but I will say that we are all guests on this subject because one another about the issues of loss and damage. You must have been told that to reach where we are, this has been discussed in international forums for over 30 decades. It's not as of recent that we are seeing that the Loss and Damage Fund was created, I think in COP27, that is in Egypt, and then its operationalization began last year in Dubai, in COP29. But again, there are some issues that need to be finalized in terms of setting up what we call the global institutional arrangement for operationalization of this fund, which we're talking about loss and damage. And I'll take this opportunity, therefore, first and foremost, to thank most of you who have created time to come here, but also to thank the funders of this engagement. I'll not mention one by one, but I know that there's a group of people that have put this together to ensure that we meet and have some bit of discussion about the Loss and Damage Fund, as you may see them on this. Number two, which I want to stress, is that the loss and damage, as already mentioned, it is complicated, and that's why it took all those years to be discussed. But what is important is that there's been pulling the strings between the developing world and the developed world on issues of creating the Loss and Damage Fund. As you may be pointing at somebody that you are the originator of the problem of climate change, they are also equally impacted by climate change. And they are suffering with the losses and damage. Sometimes it may even be worse than what we are getting when we go to the climate change extreme events. They're experiencing the floods, they're experiencing the typhoons, they're experiencing so many things about climate change. And when you see this damage is happening, they may take thousands and thousands of investment, even in their countries. But now the question they've been asking that, who is coming to pay for this from any other country? And this is why some of these things have been delayed, to be concluded that everybody is experiencing loss and damage, that if you ask them to pay, they're also equally suffering the same problems. Now, who is helping them to get paid of this loss and damage? So we are very happy with the international community in that regard for allowing to create the loss and damage and operationalizing the loss and damage. A number of things have to be put in place, because I could say now we are at 30% where we are, but we have to put evidence of justifying that it is really loss and damage. The study we are launching today is only looking at the institutional arrangement for assessing loss and damage. But before reaching the institutional arrangement, there has to be concrete evidence that justifies that there's loss and damage for you to access the money, which we are trying to call about the loss and damage. The loss and damage is either supposed to be in quantity, that is number one, but also the quality in terms of assessment. So when you see a bridge being washed away, it can be easily quantified and monetized because you know how much you have invested in it. But when you see people dying, what is the cost of us dying by the impact of climate change? Can you tag a cost on that? That John has died, so now that has died of climate change event, maybe it's worth to be paid 2 million. So we are trying to give all this that some of them are qualitative, but some of them are quantitative in nature. But the bottom line, if you're talking about the fund has to be monetized. So you have to bring about the physical, what we are seeing, but also there's those which are psychological, mental, and other things that you have to cost. And then you'll be able to access this funding. So all countries that are going to be accessing this funding, they must justify to that. Nobody's going to just put that this is the loss and damage money. You have to compete for it. There's competition for it. And the competition, you have to justify that this is really loss and damage. So this is where government is now moving. We've known our challenges from this report we are yet to launch. We've known that there are issues to do with methodologies, but we are to detail those that are affected and then quantify those that have been affected and monetize it because you want to access climate change financing for loss and damage. So you have to monetize each and everything. A good example, you've had some bit of flooding and landslide that happened in Kasese, and people lost their ancestral village. So how do you cost that? So these are all things that they are really happening, but the aspect of costing them, to monetize them, to access the loss and damage money is what government have to put forward. And it's not only government, actually. We should work with the research institutions. We should work with the communities. We should work with civil society organizations. We should work with the private sector to ensure that we have the concrete data and evidence that demonstrates the loss and damage that is desired. If you are to tap into the international climate change financing for loss and damage in the form of the projects that will be developed. So I don't want to waste a lot of time. I know that today is really the starting point, may I call it the starting point, to understand our institutional challenges in loss and damage. So on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, join me, first and foremost, to appreciate the work that Action Aid and partners have really put on table. And I will not deny that I myself, including my colleagues in the Ministry of Water and Environment, we are part and parcel in providing information on this to ensure that we have this report which is going to guide us moving on the journey of loss and damage. So on behalf of government of Uganda, specifically on behalf of Ministry of Water and Environment, I take this opportunity to launch our report on assessing the readiness and institutional arrangements to access climate-induced loss and damage in Uganda officially. Thank you very much for God and my country.
There is a ceremony. You've done that verbally, but we're a generation that is visual. I'm going to request the team to bring forth that placard, and each one of you is going to append a signature upon this. I'm going to request that you stand up, Mr. Semambo and Mr. Chizito and Xavier, as you're going to be signing on this. Thank you. So the rest of us, whenever a signature goes on, we shall clap for them. Let's start with Mr. Semambo on behalf of government. So this is a momentous occasion as government is signing. You can sign anywhere. You're going to cut first. We're going to count on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. We give it a round of applause. And as it is in Uganda, you're going to append your signature, sir. On behalf of government, there is a marker. You can sign anywhere. Let me request our great expert on climate change to equally endorse and sign on it. DJ, do we have some good music there? Give that a round of applause. May I request Xavier to sign as well? Give that a round of applause. Let me request the country director of Action Aid in Zimbabwe to please come and sign. And head of programs, yes. We need to come and sign this. ESC, please come and sign as well. Yeah, at least you leave something signed in. Okay, we give that a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Mikwa and Mercy Signs Programs Director there. Mr. Mikwa. Yeah. Please come from the East African community, the Chief Climate Officer, as well as from Pelham, Uganda, Eric endorses it. We give that a round of applause. Mr. Mika, for the region now, the Senior Climate Change Officer, the East African, we give that a round of applause. Now let's take a group photo. We can stand. Let's have women from the community, climate community. Let's have some women. Let's have some women for a gender-sensitive picture. Massa was getting it out of hand. Ladies, please come. Let's clap for them as they make their way here. The photo needs to be gender-sensitive. Give that a round of applause. Ladies have started to sign. Give that a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please note, this goes to the communities every day. John Jal, you need to come and sign as well, representing the refugee community. Let's clap for John Jal. Someone clap for John Jal. He represents a big number. Please come on. It's the EY side. Represent smiling, yeah? And I'm going to request that we take this group photo with a smile. Those of us who are seated, we are going to smile so that they can have an effect. And they will smile. All of us, let's smile to the camera. Come on, people, smile. Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Pelham Uganda. Thank you so much, Mr. Semambo, on behalf of government. Thank you so much, Xavier. Thank you so much, Zachary Obanja. Friends, we are having a very last mile of a conversation today. And this won't take long. We're going to invite, on behalf of East Africa, Thank you, DJ. So on behalf of the NDC implementation framework for East Africa, we need to understand where do we stand as a country, as a region, on the global scale. And the East African Climate Change Policy Review is what Mr. Zachary Olang Mikwa, the Senior Climate Change Officer, is going to take us through. And later, he will solicit participants' input into the East African policy processes. So listen with an intention to contribute. Let's welcome Mr. Zachary Olanga Mikwa to come and present to us. You're welcome, sir. Come on, Ugandans, let's welcome him. Even the Karuru. Aha! Asante.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. Yeah. So my name is Zachary Olang Mikwa. I work at the East Africa community. How many of you identify as East Africans? But some people are not, I see there's some people in the room who are not really excited about the East African agenda. Yeah? But all in all, we are all East Africans, and the region is growing. More countries are joining the community. Just this year, we brought in Somalia. So EAC is a growing regional economic bloc. And as a Kenyan, we are always very, very happy to have Uganda in the bloc, because Uganda is a fun place, yeah? Ugandan people are the fun people, yeah. Yeah. So I am a senior climate change officer at the Secretariat, a Kenyan by birth. My hometown is just across the lake, so if there was no borders, I think I would be Ugandans. I have some relatives on the Ugandan side, so I feel like I'm at home. And I'll take this opportunity to just take you very quickly through some of the climate action initiatives that we're implementing at regional level, and which, of course, I believe there's a huge opportunity to integrate issues of climate justice therein. So it's two of them. I don't know whether it's possible to have the presentation on. Yeah, thank you. So it's just two of them. At regional level, of course, EAC, as a regional economic bloc, what we do is that we come up with strategies and policies that can help us leverage our collective strengths to pursue these interventions, as a region. So most of the strategies and policies that we come up with, they are to be implemented by all the partner states within the bloc. And that is why it's very, very important to ensure that there's an aspect of inclusivity in the development of those documents, at the same time representativeness. So I'm really, really happy to be here in this forum and take this opportunity to share some of these plans with you, so that at least we can have the voices that are never heard in these processes, and of course, yeah, to make them as inclusive as possible. I don't know why. Is that a problem? Okay, okay. Yeah. So this is my presentation. I'll try to take you quickly through it. So we are all here for inclusion, and of course, I referred here to a very important quote from Reverend Jesse Jackson, for those who know him. And inclusion is something that we always take at light face, but indeed, the foundations of anything that's progressive has to be as inclusive as possible. So For us at ESC, of course, we are a growing bloc, as I mentioned before. Right now, the total population, we are around 300 million people. If we are going to be a country, that's a pretty big country. Is there, who knows a country in the world that has a population close to that? Is it Nigeria? And USA. So it just tells you how much we have to be connected to really matter within the global stage. And of course, very huge land area and a growing GDP. But from Prof's presentation today, we don't have to look at things from the GDP side of things. We are very, very rich in other ways as well. So in terms of climate action, and my presentation is solely on climate finance because that's the forum, that's the theme for the forum today. We've all been asked to put our mouth where the money is. It? You put your mouth where the money? Yes. You put your money where your mouth is. You just don't talk. So at ESC, climate action and finance go hand in hand. That is our position. And of course, we've done some tracking, and you've seen that between 2013 and 2018, the region was able to receive around 2.5 billion, but that is not enough because, as you can see on that side, our needs goes to almost 65 billion for mitigation only and around 150 for adaptation. So this indeed shows that for us to make some tangible progress within the climate action areas that are of importance to us, we have to fill this gap. And part of that debate, I think, has been presented here, leveraging existing instruments like the Loss and Damage Fund, among others. So at regional level, we are approaching this from 4 strategic areas. One is that we want to increase the technical capacities of stakeholders at regional level. It was mentioned here, now we're moving into an era of loss and damage finance. We don't know what that is. And then there's so many other financial instruments that can be leveraged to ensure that we get money for adaptation and mitigation. But from the regional workshops that I've attended, I think there exists a huge, huge gap in terms of knowledge on how not only public sector stakeholders, but how private sector stakeholders and the CSO can leverage this instrument and know how to use them. So technical skill is a key strategic area for us. Number 2, focus on adaptation projects. How do we build them up? Because adaptation is a huge, huge area for Africa. And then number 3 is that we also have to build an enhancing, an enabling environment. This is an environment that can allow for ease of inflow of climate finance, absorption, monitoring, and so on and so forth. And of course, policy has a huge role to play in this. And then, of course, number 4 is just strictly finance mobilization. There can be loans. The continuum of finance is pretty broad, from loans to grants and so on and so forth. We need to know how can we go about this at regional level. So what do we want to do? Of course, when we achieve this, we want to see more domestic investment in climate change-related projects. In as much as we are reaching out to donors and we want them to be accountable for the damage that they've done, we also believe that there exists money within the region that we can channel into climate change interventions. And of course, this has been mentioned not just as a patch on the wound, but we ought to approach this from a very strategic point of view. We've talked about technology. We've talked about, combining our development initiatives with climate action so that in as much as we pursue, green-oriented goals, we get to develop at the same time. So this is where we can leverage domestic funds to do those, and then also public climate finance that exists in international DFIs and, of course, investment banks from other countries. And then we also need to increase mobilization of private sector finance. The corporates have a lot to play. So with that, then we've been doing some things recently. Last year, we had the head of state coming in Arusha. And, So we had last year, that was the last quarter of last year. Oops. I'll just go to the next one then. So last year we had the heads of states across East Africa. His Excellency Museveni was there, and of course other heads of state, and of course what they discussed in this 23rd Summit of East African Community was on climate change and food security. So this was a highlight event where now as a region, it was pronounced that it is very, very important for us to take a collective approach towards climate action interventions because there's no country that can do it alone. So, but beyond that, other region level interventions that we've done recently was on COP28, where we had the opportunity to develop the ESC harmonized paper ahead of COP28, and we did this after consultations across the 7 partner states, and we were able to come up with one single harmonized paper for the region. And these are some of the priority areas that we can say when you're looking at East Africa as a bloc. These are some of the issues that are of significance to the bloc in terms of climate action. And of course, those that link with the finance aspects, you can see here issues to do with the mobilization. We've talked about that, scaling up finance, so on and so forth. I don't know why it's going so fast. Yeah, so these are the priority finance related issues. Accreditation is also very important, actually. So as ESC, we are actually right now working on becoming an adaptation fund accredited entity. And with that, countries like Uganda will be able to leverage ESC as a partner on regional level projects, be it those that are transboundary in nature or those that are national specific. So beyond those initiatives, I also wanted to share with you now the 2 ongoing projects that we are working on, which I believe presents an opportunity for you as key stakeholders, as East Africans, to be part of. One, we are working on an ESC regional NDC implementation framework. So this framework, what we want to do with it is we are now just doing some sort of regional analysis. What are the priorities for Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, etc., and see where there's some sort of similarities. So, for example, if there's a lot of focus on sustainable agriculture as an adaptation area, then we are going to develop a regional strategy on how to respond to that collectively as a region. So that is the document that we are working on right now. We've already developed the inception report, which is under review, but I'll share it with Sheila so that she can distribute it to you. And if you find time, please share those comments with me. They'll be able to be integrated into this document. And then after that, we will just do some sort of desk research, content development. We'll do the draft framework. But with the support from the civil society enabling organizations like Action Aid, if things would go in an ideal way, I wish there would have been an opportunity where we can have a dedicated, even if it's half day or 1 day workshop, whether it's virtual, where we can now hear the voices of everyone, especially the civil society organization across East Africa. So, Director, we can pick up on that and see how those voices can come into this very important document. So it should be ready by the end of the year, and I hope that by that time we shall have gathered all your voices and integrated therein. And so as I come to my end, we are also working on the review of climate change policy for the region. the current policy that we have is 2012 climate change policy. I think that has been outdated. There's so many developments that has happened within the climate action ecosystem. And we believe that it is now time to integrate some of these new developments into the policy. So there's an ongoing policy review, and I believe that is something we can bundle with the NDC. So if you have an opportunity to get your voices on this, it will be very, very instrumental for us. So as I come to an end, next steps, as I've mentioned, if you have some quick questions, you can ask them now. But for the sake of time, you can take my email address and reach out. And I'll be able to now interact with you and probably pick your insights for these two documents you're working on. And if we are able to set up that workshop, we'll coordinate with the Action Aid team and see how we can work on this. So, apart from those two areas I've mentioned, there are other 4 concept notes that you are working on also that we are open to collaborations with you as stakeholders. One is on nature-based solution. Please reach out to me. I'll provide more information. Another one is on energy efficiency and renewable energy development. Another one is on food security. And another one is on water, which is a bit transboundary in nature. So these are focus areas for the region in terms of climate action interventions at the moment. And if any of you would want to collaborate with us on these areas, please feel free to reach out. So that's it from my end, and I really thank you for your time.
Okay. He's going to take a couple of questions. We have the mic roaming. At least 3 questions before we call it a day. Anyone with a question? Anyone with a question? At least we have an East African who was here.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nega Derin. I am a Program Officer for Youth Health and Environment at Regenerate Africa, but also a member of Ligia Virginia East African Community, a group of young people who are trying to be at the front line of the ESC integration agenda. I like the fact that we're having conversations around financing. And my question to you would be, how can we ensure equitable distribution of financing among all the ESC regions?
Okay.
Thank you.
He's going to respond to that. Another question? Anyone?
Just to be sure we're listening in. Any questions?
Even the ones at the top?
Oh, Prof
Okay.
has a question.
Professor has one. And after that, you can respond.
Thank you very much, Indugu. I am a very quiet person. So I will ask a very simple question. Given the need for a sovereign state over all of East Africa to be able to handle some of these interventions on a sustainable basis, what steps are we taking to build the United States of East Africa, not just this loose confederation of states? Thank you.
The third question, if I can hand over the mic to Zach. Yes, there's a question up here, just coming.
Thank you very much, Zachary. My name is David Nyaribi. I work with ActionAid. I would want you to just highlight the role that young people can play within the region to advance the work that you're strategizing to advance. Thank you.
Is that the last? Oh, okay. So please allow me just give her.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, the speaker and the audience. So you have said about funding and also receiving funds or some financial support. But I would like to ask, how can someone qualify to receive that support so that someone can also use it to assist those marginalized groups or people who don't know something about climate. Those who are ignorantly being affected. Thank you so much.
There was a hand here. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Moses Patel Gali. I'm a South Sudanese refugee in Mvepi. What I would like to ask, sir, is concerning the policies of the East Africa. What is East Africa thinking about the inclusion of refugees in Uganda as particular as or else in general in East Africa? Thank you.
Inclusion of refugees, and this is the very last because a woman is here asking.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine is so brief. I'm glad that you talked about collaboration. And I would like to know East Africa's specific areas of collaboration, in particular in regards to climate justice. You never know, some of us can approach you right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
Thank
that
you so
marks,
much, Andrew.
That's the end.
Andrew,
Come and respond.
as I bring back the microphone, mine is very specific. At what point and level does the EAC make consultations to ensure that this policy-making process is inclusive? I have the advantage because I have the microphone. Thank you.
Zach, please come.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions. I wish I should have taken notes, but I'll try to track each of them and respond to them. I think Prof's question and Dan's, David's or Dan? David, they were pretty much similar. How can we make the community work in a very practical way? I don't know. I've traveled across the region. I love it when I'm in Uganda. Tanzania is amazing. I've been to DRC, amazing. So there's a lot going on within the community. There's a lot to explore. And for young generations like us, the youth, I think there's an urge among all of us to really make this work. But then how do we do it? So it definitely rests on the partner states and the head of states to decide how do we, what are the key or concrete steps that can be taken to realize the goal of integration. Some have already happened. When I came through the airport, I didn't have a visa, I just walked in. Actually, it's very easy to come into Uganda. Uganda is one of the best countries in East Africa, where as an East African, you can just simply walk in with very few questions. So I think it's the baby steps that we are already taking, and of course with time and with the younger generation coming up, I think we will be able to push for this integration more seriously. But I'm happy that some small steps are already on the way. Common market, border issues, and so on and so forth. There's still some challenges that needs to be fixed. And of course, that goes to the question of the refugee. That doesn't fall within my mandate. I don't know much about it, but it's also my hope that as East African, we have a lot of challenges when it comes to movement of people and mobility, especially those who are vulnerable like refugees. But honestly, I don't know if there's a clause within EAC in regards to, treatment of refugees, especially refugees within the bloc. South Sudan is a member of the bloc, but I don't really know any specific clause on how that is handled. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. And of course, when you asked areas of engagement, one of them is climate change. We have very many divisions within the Secretariat. We have the productive sector, for example, where the Environment and Natural Resource Unit falls, which I work in. And there's also issues to do, there are units to do with infrastructure, there are those that deals with tourism, energy, and so on and so forth. So take some time, go through the website, and feel free to reach out if there's a specific node that is interesting to you. Please, I'll be able to connect you. And then for the youth, as I mentioned, how can the youth be more engaged? There's a Ugandan who is really passionate about EAC, I don't know his name, he always wears that EAC flag, you know, kind of uniform, and is really advocating for integration. So you can do something as small as that, you know, pushing for regional reforms. However small it is, I think there's a long way to go, but a big part of it will fall on us pushing the partner states and the head of states, because they are the deciding factors. When these things are proposed at regional level, if they append them, they happen. And I think that's it. Is there, what was your question? Of course, EAC, any decision that's made at EAC, if South Sudan, for example, if there's a resolution that needs to be passed, if South Sudan says no, it can't. So it's all equal. And if there's a project that needs to be implemented, it has to be implemented across all the partner states. So it's all balanced. If there's a resource that comes in, if it is funding in terms for climate action, it has to be distributed equally. That's how the charter is designed. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mikwa. Let's give him a round of applause again. You see, at one time, I thought I would be East African by marriage. When I was in Kenya, my first girlfriend was a Samburu girl, and I'm a Muganda man. So our cultures could not meet somewhere, and Massa knows why, because the Samburus are a little quite aggressive, but it's a beautiful country. And we know we have a couple of friends here from Rwanda. Good to be here with you. Just to give comfort to my brother from South Sudan, the integration of refugees management and protection into our country, it was passed in the NDP 2. And this is actually active and working, because I've visited all the refugees camps in this country, because it's an occupational hazard. And in case if you ever feel in any way that you're not well represented, please take my number. I know who to call and I know who to stress to make sure that you get the support you need. Each one of us here today is prone to be a refugee. I don't want you to be here and you say you are privileged. You cannot become a refugee. And the other day I was speaking to my dear mother, and my mother told me, "You've had too much peace." And I asked her why. She says in Congo, when a woman is leaving home, she leaves with a headband. She has another shawl she throws on her kitenge, and she wears flat shoes. Because anytime, zivuga. And she told me, look around you. You're wearing high heels. You're wearing those long dresses when you're going for dinner. You're wearing, you can afford to wear sleeveless. So socially, the peace we have, some of us may not be in position to understand it. Living in a peaceful country, it's not something to take for granted. So anytime you find someone who is a refugee in your community, in your area, please, I beseech you, protect them. Protect them, because you never know. One day you'll be crossing the border into Kenya, you'll be crossing the border through Libya, going to Sudan, you'll be crossing the border going into Congo. The best we can only be as human beings is to protect human beings. Stop stigmatizing refugees, those who are doing that. I wanted that to come out rightly so. And just to give you confidence, my brother, that our country protects and believes in the refugee rights. I, for one, have advocated for that for the time I've been on air. It is something we must protect as Ugandans. So before we leave, we have a few minutes to wrap this up. I want to invite a lady from Gulu. She's called Betty. She's going to give us a lived experience as a mother, as a leader, and as a war bush general. Let's welcome the war bush general from Gulu. DJ will give us some music because it's going to take her quite some time to be here. But while she's making her way here, in a special way, let's clap for these partners. Let's clap for Vijana Corps. Let's clap for Can You. Let's clap for Kota. Let's clap for Pelham Association. Let's clap for Mempu, Uganda. And above all, let's clap for the government of Uganda. Today will be our day 2 of convening here. I've been challenged by government and by professor. And today, before I do news tonight, part of my global interest is going to be about this conversation. You disrupted my mind. Government gave me a surety. Xavier tried to manage my expectation. Pelham came through just to calm me down. But when I do news tonight, I pledge that I'm sending this conversation further, especially about the fund. Especially about the fund. This conversation we're having here doesn't stop here. It has to go beyond the borders. So whatever spaces you have, in the meetings you sit in the boardrooms where you go, share this. I'll share this, Professor, today at 9 p.m. when I'm doing news on NTV. Let's welcome Betty once again. You're welcome, Betty. And Betty, you have a maximum of 7 minutes. So help you God.
Let me hope you will give me 10 because my English is not very good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, I'm very happy to see everyone here. I'm also very happy to be given at least time to share. In fact, today has been a very good day. And to me, I've been praying for this kind of day. I never knew they can call me because I was thinking, are there really people who are thinking of us? Are we really human beings? Are we really hidden? God, do you know where we are, really? But today you have given me hope. I'm really happy because I'm seeing people from different places. That means we are also part of people. Yeah. Yeah, fellow people, life is a journey. Life is not easy, but we need to have hope. And we also need to work for it. Give time for anything to come and pass. Why am I saying so? If I'm to recall where I came from childhood to now, my father died when I was very young. I cannot even remember how he looks. So my mother gave birth to only girls. That's why my name Ochue came from. Because every time my father said, you are giving birth again to a girl, you useless woman. So the grandmother said, now you create a what? A boy. Because you are a creator. So that is the meaning of my name. Now, from there, I want to share with you a very short story. From my childhood, we grew in hard life. LRA came in again, living in LRA area. So you can run, sleep in the bush. You can carry luggage which is even not of your age, given by those one in the bush. Plus everything, when I said everything, for protection. So you are being given training on earth things when you are even still young. I even gave birth when I was young. My firstborn is 23 years. The secondborn is 13 years. This is the thirdborn. So why am I giving spacing like that? Because I thought I need to keep my energy to work for change. So I grew up just like that. I feel like fighting will solve everything. So when I give birth to many, I may lose energy. So you imagine a child thinking of that. Yeah, so I was just waiting for anything that will start, then I join in very fast. Join in very fast, because sometimes I see our men are lazy, and they are not active when it comes to, let me say, working for change. I thought change we bring by fighting. Because even the one, let me say, the president fought to come for power, isn't it? So that thing is there in my brain. Now that he fought and is a president, can't we do it? So I was there just waiting for any chance. Then we come in. Sorry for saying that, because that one is still there up to now. My brain is not settled. Now that, for this time, in the village, we were seeing very many bad things happening. They're cutting our trees. First of all, we were brought in the camp, staying in the camp, and then going back home, you found your trees are not there. Very many things have happened. It has increased my anger. I said, now all our cattle have gone, the trees, what should we do? And we are seeing our men there, very shy, drinking, and sometimes they drink out of failure to know what to do, or too much anger. And then I was just, always I sit alone and think, what should we do to change our environment? All the trees are cut. The chia nuts, we don't used to buy cooking oils. But these days we are eating oils that we don't know where it comes from. As if we are still in the IDP camp, whereby we do eat what we don't know or where it has come from. We just eat like that. We came home, there's no good things there. Even our small wells are drying because the trees are being cut. So all those things were touching to me. A few years, I started saying, let me first go and check our team. We call it team. Team, that is the bush where we hunt and do our things. I took myself alone. I took 3 days in the bush, walking. I found a lot of big roads being used with heavy trucks. I said, now what are these people carrying? So I found they were cutting trees, carrying charcoals, carrying logs, cutting our trees for logs. I wasn't happy. I'm alone. I came back home. I sold my things and bought smartphone. I started now giving informations, joining WhatsApp groups. I said, now let me start by giving informations also. But my information was not coming very good because it was full of anger. I can throw anyhow. I can throw. Anyone who comes in, which does not suit my interest, I will fire you immediately. And I feel like coming to your place. Meanwhile, I don't know even where you are coming from. Sometimes I can abuse even the ministers. I remember going to Honorable Minister Ilaronek place. He did not even answer anything, but I wanted to go and talk to him, to let him know what I feel. Because it's taking longer there, but I'm not seeing what I want being happening. So, as you can see, let me tell you, those one cutting trees, they are not ordinary people. They are big people. They call themselves general. Those people cutting, they're also having guns. I have the videos, I have the photos, I have the evidences. So what I'm telling you is what I have the evidences. Sometimes I also give it out to WhatsApp groups to people to see when I'm moving. Now, it is very hard for someone at grassroots level to go and face those people. It is very hard. But when you are few, like 4, 5, 6 there, you can do some little bit of action to some few. That's what we always do. They also know us. We also do. Because the day for death will never change. That is what I always do. And death is a way to rest. A way to rest. Because when you are seeing bad thing, and you are there just continuing seeing, it's better you die and you rest. That is to me. So today I'm very happy to see people coming up from East Africa community Those one who are educated, by the way, I stopped in senior 2. I stopped there. For me, I don't see the value of going to school. Sometimes I go and register. I wanted to finish senior 4 and 6. Then I look around. I see those one who are educated in our village. They are doing nothing. Things are happening. They are there seated with their good English. Then I just come back. So I told my brother, I'm going to pay you. You now study and be a useless man, as people do. So he finished his degree. I did not take him for master. He a degree in agriculture. And he's even not showing me that degree. So he's there with my degree seated. So for me, it is good you are educated, work hard if you can do it, but I've not seen. What I can see on those people who are educated is just being shy, speaking English where we don't need. They're there. Yeah. There's time for work, you are just there on theory. For me, I like practical. When we said we go and do this, let's stand up and do it. You see, that is why for me, I always work in almost 6 districts in the bush, where they are, like, let me say in Pade, they said all the generals are cutting trees. Don't touch there. I know how to use motorbike very fast, very well. So I just fuel my motorbike. I just go. When someone is having the title, having money, there's also a way of facing that passion. Don't go to ask, go to instruct. We have how to do it. The passion will come down and you will finish your mission. So we always do it in Pade. I did it thoroughly. When you go to the sub-county, they will just tell you, oh, this and this. They are the one cutting. They are getting their money. Just go straight to the bush, go straight to the community, give them back their charcoal. We do what we can do. Because by the time they will call the army, we are done, we have gone. So thank you very much for today. The only thing is we have a lot of challenges in that, whereby the officers should know the challenge of transport, the challenge of communications, and also they are beating people seriously. People have wounds, injuries in the villages. Now you see me walking like this. By the way, they beated me several times to the extent of torture now, taking me from barracks to barracks with a lot of army as if they have arrested Joseph Kony. But to me, I was thanking God because I also wanted to enter the barracks and see. Because I heard people say they torture people, they do what. So by the time they were taking me inside, I was also a little bit happy. Because the escort they were giving me was very good. Secondly, the torture room they took me in, no one will go if you are not strong-hearted. So 11 people torture me. They threw me to prison. That very person who tortured me the more came to prison. That is a doctor coming to treat me. What happened? I said, they torture me from barracks. Do you know those ones? I said, yes, you are one of them. You are one of them. So I would have been healed by now, but because I was fearing even those ones giving me medicine. Yeah, so I was a single mother for all these 13 years, but I was having a boyfriend, a man friend. So that man friend, in November, he was around, but he said he don't know the honor of the pregnancy. Because they said from the barracks, army people were using me. Then I said, now what should we do that? For me, I cannot now share a child with the soldiers. Then I said, it's okay. My people were saying, you remove the baby. I said, the baby has no problem. The baby is a very innocent boy or a girl. So that is it. I'm very happy to keep my baby because that is part of the challenges we are going to face. Okay? The boy or that baby will put on a very nice tie and be like you people. Because I'm very ready to support, only that the weather was disturbing me. It was very hot. So I was just pouring water like that so that it doesn't come out, because I'm very willing to receive him. He's a very good boy or a girl. I'm very willing to receive. So everyone, you are free to be ready to receive a very good king coming. Eh? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to Betty there for the
Any
resilience.
question? Any question you want to know from Northern Uganda or from me? I'm very willing to receive.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, Betty, let's give her another round of applause. Betty, you're brave. Betty, you are... I love the way you do things, the Juakali way. Let's stand up and clap for this lady, ladies and gentlemen. Let's stand up. Let's clap for her. Betty, you've protected the climate change, regardless of your situation, and you've stayed firm. So, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As we're finalizing today, stories like that of Betty are few, and they never see the day of light in the media. Because our media is censored, sometimes I see things, but the laws can't allow me to speak about them. But I want to commend you, Betty, for the resilience, the bravery, and the strength. And she gives us one message: do something in your community. You're not disabled, you can speak 10 languages, but you're on TikTok swiping. Things are going out of where you're just swiping. And someone like Betty is doing a very commendable work. I want you to turn to your neighbor and ask your neighbor, what are you doing in your community?
Okay, thank you. I forgot with one thing.
One thing, yes.
Yeah, just a question, because we are having those one beaten seriously. They are there suffering silently. And there are others who have been also tortured, I believe. They don't know where to go. Like for me, I was going to High Court Gulu for 6 months. Those one who took me to prison did not even turn up in the court until they said, you are free, you can now go home. Now, the way you see me here, justice, where can I get justice? So that also it be a lesson to the army generals there who are torturing us. Because I can now not dig as I know, as I always. People who are seeing my videos on social media have been a very active woman. But you see, working now, because they say they will do what I will not forget. But I know they will also get what they will not forget. That is it. Because I'm very young still. I'm soon coming back to normal life. Thank you.
The justice processes of this land are very much crucial. But I would recommend you to go to the Justice Service Commission. I have had 7 of the cases I've reported, and they've been well managed. The Justice Service Commission. You can go to police, at times they play with your case, but if the case falls in the Justice Service Commission, they will come to the last officer who registered your case. Friends, sometimes we can have issues in our country like potholes, like full figure problems that are recurring. But I can assure you one thing, you'll appreciate a system when something happens to you. The laws of this land are very strong. You people can abuse them when you're on social media and you do a lot of freedom while you're there. But when the law comes for you, it will actually take away the entire crowd you have. You'll face it alone. And better, I want to give you confidence. I've tested this and it's actually working. And good thing I'm here up to tomorrow. I'm going to give a call to the ED and the Commission of the Justice Service Commission this evening. I'm going to make my point that we get an officer who comes and hears you out, your story. Part of my job is to root for Muntu Wansi. I wear these suits, but I'm a typical Juakali man. So I want to give you confidence. Justice will be served. It doesn't matter whether they are in uniform, whether they are in layer or they are covert police officers. The UPDF conduct principle number 2 is respect public citizens. Citizens respect citizens. That's clear. The law does not even allow UPDF officers to shoot to kill. They say shoot to disable. So the laws are clear, and you'll get justice. And why do I want to go out of my way to do this for you? Because you fought for climate change within your community without our support. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes past 5 p.m. I want to thank each one of you for being here today, the time you've given us. Day one at times is a little bit turbulent, but this is a journey we are committed to run and race to the very last end. Tomorrow we are going to start quite early. Tomorrow we are closing it, and chances are we shall have the third Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of East Africa. In the event that we have such dignitaries, I request that you be here in time. I request that you beat your traffic in time, get here in time, and whether you came from Ajuman district like my brother or from Barara, please don't go before you know some person. We are all East Africans. Challenge yourself to go out of this place when you have 5 new friends. You can call and ask about what is in their region. There is power in knowing what could come any other day. But once again, turn to your neighbor and appreciate your neighbor for coming today. Now that we are done, I would invite Vijana from the Vijana Corps to give us the wrap-up statement that will send you home. As let's clap for him as he makes his way here.
I was reminded about my own little community. I'm a bit nervous because I didn't expect to be called here right now. I was told I was speaking tomorrow, but I'm happy to talk. So I was reminded about my community of Wadlai, where I come from. Growing up as a child, the memories are still vivid, how lush our compounds and gardens were with big trees at the tree. And so as a child, Janako is actually finalizing a documentary about that particular story and how communities are affected, particularly by that river. So why does it flood during dry seasons? Because when it rains in Congo and it does not rain in Wadlai, the river banks rises and communities, neighboring communities along the settlements of the river will have their homes washed. The problem is made worse when this river, because it pours into the Nile, when it meets the Nile, then communities around the shores of the Nile are also displaced. This is the plight of the community that I come from. But it is not a unique situation, is it? Especially given the stories we have had since morning in this space. And so for me, earlier in the morning when we were speaking to the press, what was thumping through my mind was one. Yes, we have the issue of climate change that is brought about by human activities, including our own local activities. But what I'm really taking with me home, which is a lot that I had to learn here today as well, is the loss and damage that is caused by our non-local people. The problem that is brought to our doorsteps from thousands of kilometers away. And so my task when I walk out of here and go to office on Monday, next week, will be to begin to work with my team. We have a team of very creative young people who use media and technology to amplify voices of communities such as the ones I come from and the rest of them that we work with. So my task is going to be to translate these complex conversations that we are having here into bits and bytes that my community can actually understand. When we say loss and damage is especially brought about by more, what do I say? It comes from thousands of kilometers away. What does that really mean? And when we say it's affecting households door by door, what does that really mean to the common person who doesn't know why the heat waves are not going away? Who doesn't know why the floods that used not to be as persistent as they are today are the way they are? That is going to be my responsibility going forward. As we close today, it is my challenge to each of you, including our fellow young people, our activists, that you pick the one thing, the one commitment. Mr. Chamagero has made elaborate pledges since morning, and we'll all be on the screens watching to ensure that he actually follows through on those pledges. I'm very touched by the story of Betty, and I can't wait to see how our support, Chamagero, and any other person sitting in this room who would like to hold Betty's hand. I can't wait to see those supports coming through. But what about you, my fellow young person? What about you, Mercy? What are you going for? He taught me global political economy. But now when we're working at local level, yeah, sometimes it's hard to have a conversation on global political economy. I probably have to come back to the class. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that is my takeaway from today. Thank you. We'll see you again tomorrow.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's depart in peace. While sharing tonight our reflection of what we've discussed today, let us be the power of what needs, and above all, I challenge you, make two friends tonight before we sleep.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwech was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwech was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Elu ka pong, kelo peko matong tong, mira shell e toro di badano, e neko
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwech was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Elu ka pong, kelo peko matong tong, mira shell e toro di badano, e neko champa dano, pi maleng madano makuti kuru de beru pe, suroni badano sheke nungu, tinyo to pin mangay mapolo makukondane paso.
Sarande wano cha sheke vile jangweno gama ai.
Pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo mang'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'o e bindie wuo nong'o romo negowa kodi ot koda wiya weng.
Yore makowa kuwa kudu tek pi kelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwamadho de wamadho pi madong manong'o shiet dong omol iwa en dong.
Tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria. Ko bang' sawa nyoke ko bang' nindo wabed ka treating malaria.
Oro water, manika metoro classroom de gitie a level matiye rupong pako kada wan kusa mu den chabu dum school ni pa ma pi no po ngete munyot man e ga mene ko awiya mangede school eni aka woni gitingo school eni ke wode tika biru moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
And these days it is very complicated, that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
We started by buying plastic from the community. We all know the dangers of plastics and polythene paper when it comes to climate.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant, and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees, like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves. It is nice. Talk of mahogany. These trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties. We have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of, destruction. Young people are very willing to support. But have we taken much course to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken